T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. It's another beautiful morning. Alrighty. Well, congratulations to John and Eric for their tally marks that they got yesterday. They did indeed predict the price or within the limits that they had set for yesterday. So we missed being able to get another missed tally mark for the week. So hopefully we can continue that on. So the most that we have is 2 for the week this week. Let me see here. Trying to decide where I kind of want to start this morning. Let's go ahead and try change up True Demons indicators. So in order to do that, I'm gonna have to pull up some screens here. So let's see what we got. Looks like earlier this morning there was about 700,000 shares that were available to borrow. The ETFs continue to go up. They are now in the 4 millions. This is possibly a good thing. And the reason that I say that is because what may be happening is it's possible that they're detaching the ETFs from different funds like the IWR. I'm trying to think of all the different names of the funds that have been found so far, that mutual funds that they're attached to, and I can't remember the names of them. But it could be what they're doing is they're detaching things and returning these shares. So they're showing back up in the ETF available. Let's see, we are currently at 650,000 shares available. The fee is at 0.9%. Short exempt volume is currently at 183, so it went from 454 to 183. Is that what I have down? Yep, okay. So short exempt volume is not increasing. Day over day price change. Let's check that out. Negative 0.63. Oops, that's not right. Negative 0.63. It doesn't like that. There we go. Apparently in Excel you have to put a negative 0.63, otherwise it changes it to 63%. Utilization. Let's see where we're at here. I didn't refresh the screen today because I noticed that when I do that, it gets rid of some of the information from yesterday, previously up there, and I wanted you guys to be able to see that information before I refresh it. So the total amount of shares borrowed yesterday was 3.12. And I went ahead before the show started and updated that. So I do have 3.12 in here. So we're going to change this to Wednesday. And there we go. Volume is low today. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not, but it is low. We'll go ahead and refresh this. Yesterday, the utilization was 94.42%. Let's see if that's updated. 93.92. I will update that. Okay. And that's dropped enough to where I'm going to change that back to red for True Demons indicators. 0.5%'s enough for me to call it green. A full percentage is red. And screenshot this and I'll update it for the day. Alright, True Demons numbers are updated for the day today as indicators. Make sure that looks good. Yep, looks good. John is already in. He has his price prediction for the day today. I gotta pull my phone out here out of my pocket so I can see what that was. 28.5 to 31.5. All right. Volume is looking low. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be a down day, but the more volume, obviously, the better we're going to do, or the chances are we'll do better. But low volume, we have seen the low volume day before where we were up day over day. To give you an example, let me find it. Got to go back a little bit here because I know there was one specifically that stood out in my mind. Okay, so it's not very often that it happens, but I do have a date. On June 29th, we ended the day at $56.43 with 63 million shares traded. The very next day, we closed at 56.68, which is ever so slightly higher. It's like 20 cents higher. And we had less shares traded for the day at 59 million shares traded. So it has happened in the past to where the price has gone up in a day from day to day with lower volume. I'm looking through the numbers right here on my screen, and it doesn't happen very often. In fact, that's the first one that I found. I had to go back to what did I say? June 29th to June 30th. So I had to dig a little bit. So it is not common. I'm going back a little bit further to see if there was another time where it was like that. Unfortunately, I have to dig back far enough to where it was like really low prices. So I'm just gonna say once we've hit that $77, we've only had one instance where we've had low volume day over day and it had the price increase. So it's less likely for it to happen, but there are chances that the price will go up with low volume. But we are currently looking like we have more or lower volume today, like we'll have lower volume today than we did yesterday. Yesterday we ended the day with a total volume of 69.2 million shares traded. The prediction that I had made was 70 to 90, so I was off by 0.8. I was off by 0.8. Not bad. Not bad at all. With today's volume currently, the way that it looks, without the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, I would probably lean more towards the lower, like maybe 40 to 60 range. But we'll have to wait for that 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume to come in and see what happens. The day could drastically turn. Something could happen and just all of a sudden the volume picks up just out of nowhere. So we got to wait for that 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume to really kind of set the mood for the day to see what kind of levels we're going to have. Based on the low volume, my price prediction yesterday was 32 to 35. Let me look back in the history here and see. Okay, so the last time that we had like a 50 million share volume day, we dropped in price by about 70 cents. But from, we traded almost 70 million shares. The last time we traded 70 million shares and then dropped down to 59 million shares, the price went from 38.90 down to 38.13, which is, an 80-cent drop. So I would be inclined to say that that's probably how much we'll see today, probably about an 80-cent drop. An 80-cent drop from, if we opened up the market right now and dropped that much, we would be looking at $30.80. So I think anywhere between 30 and 33 would be a good estimate. I'm looking at a sidewards trading day to day for myself, just based off of the current low volume. Tentatively, without seeing the 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume, that's where I'm going to probably base my price on, is 30 to 33. Let's look at options. We'll see where we hit with the OI on that. I'm going to have to log in, of course, so give me just a second here while I log in real quickly. Believe it or not, I don't do all this stuff before I kind of cover a couple things real quickly, just to kind of see how we're going for the morning before I get on. But I pretty much wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, and then get on. Wake up meaning actually get out of bed, and then wake up actually meaning getting something in me that that actually wakes me up. In other words, like this coffee drink right here that I got going on, this double shot energy drink. Let's see. I can't multitask. Oh, Fidelity is having technical errors. The system is temporarily unavailable. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so something happened last night as well. For those of you who um, use Reddit, Reddit went down last night as well. Um, something may be cooking. Okay, it's letting me log in this time, it looks like. Fidelity did have a burp there, a little bit. It didn't want to let me in for a fraction of a second. My first attempt failed. My second attempt to log into Fidelity actually worked. It's kind of odd to me that we would have Reddit outages last night, and then now all of a sudden Fidelity is doing something. It's kind of odd. We'll see what happens here. Orders by Fidelity customers are currently AMC is in second position with 69 buys over 31% sales. GME is not on the list. Wow, where did GME go? Wow, they slipped really far down the list on trending, which means that it's not being traded as heavily. They slipped down to 25. I mean, they still have high buys over sells. It's 76% buys over 24% sales, but how much the stock is trending has greatly decreased. That would be something that would concern me for our stock. If we couldn't maintain like top 5, maybe even top 10 listings, then that means that basically it's not getting the coverage that it needs to get anymore, and that the eyes aren't on us. So I don't want to see that slip. And when it does slip, it bothers it really does bother me, because to me it seems like that's less investors looking at the stock and starting to look at other things instead of AMC, which I think we continue to need to have the volume coming in, the people who are buying into the stock and getting in on the opportunity to be able to squeeze this. So we are in second right now. mRNA has been beating us out. Moderna has been beating us out 2 days in a row. Apparently, they must have come up with something with their COVID-19. The recent news over here, there's a brief for COVID-19 vaccine scammers target authorities in dozens of countries, including Italy and Colombia. I don't know if they have had some recent news that makes their particular drug, their COVID drug, or maybe it's another drug, seem profitable, but the price change is pretty nasty. Negative 15.64%, and they're one of the highest trending stocks. It seems kind of odd to me. I do want to look at that real fast. That really has my interest kind of piqued. Not that I want to buy into it, but I do want to understand like why in the world would they be trading or trending so high if oh, okay. So I think people, this is to me what this looks like. If I just had to guess, let me pull back out here just a tad bit. Okay, so I think that there was some kind of looks like some kind of price correction back on the 9th, and then a re-correction back to where it was kind of trending or trading before, just slightly lower. And I think that maybe there might have been investors that felt like it was too low, and it did indeed have in the aftermarket hours. Today it looks like it kind of had a bump back up. If I had to guess though, just kind of based on what I'm seeing right here, um, that there's a big drop off here. These are the last 2 days that they've been beating us out in popularity on Fidelity. So I think maybe a lot of people see this as an opportunity to buy into a stock that's lower in price that should be worth or should be continuing to trend upwards. Um, so maybe the people are trying to buy in on a correction. It's just what I personally wouldn't touch this if it were me. Um, I know that when I've heard a lot of people talking about, because I still have not gotten the vaccine yet, but I've heard a lot of people saying repeatedly, Pfizer, Pfizer, Pfizer. It's not just Duncan. It's not just Duncan. I know Duncan said it, but I've heard it many places. I've heard everybody saying Pfizer over Moderna. Um, so yeah, there's that. All right. Anyways, enough of that. I was a little kind of curious why they would be so popular, that they would be beating out AMC. So now we know. Let's see. Back to the options for AMC. I don't know why this can taste so good today, but this mix is better than usual. At $35, the calls have decreased from 26.6 down to 25,000. So a 1.6 thousand drop in the amount of open interest at the 20 or $35 call option. There is some strength pick. Oh, you know what? I've got that backwards. My bad, guys. $40 was the strike price on OI. It's now dropped to 35. So the strength of 35 is picked up over 40. I kind of expect. I think I mentioned that yesterday that I expected to see 35 kind of be the new front runner starting today. And it is. That makes sense because we're kind of trending more down towards that price range. So 25,000. My bad. Sorry about that. Still waking up. That's what I'm blaming it on. The puts is at $30 still with 13.6, so that actually has gone down. Open interest for the puts has dropped down by about well, I guess 400 options ish. It's actually a little less than that. It's probably like 300. 13.6. Interesting. Moving down to see our lottery ticket winners down here at $80. They have increased their positions to 15.2. There's also some strength at $60, $55, $50. Yep, interesting. Let's see what our float says on Weeble. Let's see if I have to send another nasty gram today. 511.61. Looks like I have a message. Hi Casey, thanks for your waiting. We have checked the free float with our data source. There will be a difference for the float due to different calculation methods. AMC has been updated their free float. Please confirm with other platforms if they have updated their data. Let us know if you need any other assistance. That is interesting, guys. I don't know how to spell proprietary. Did I spell that right? Ugh, that so bothers me. Guys, I'm so glad that I live in the day and age of computers where you have spell check, and it really just bothers me when people don't incorporate it into their software. Is it a proprietary? Okay, Prietary. Is it a proprietary formula that is used for your calculations, or are you able to disclose how this is calculated? I think that's my next question, because if they can tell me how they calculate it, it'll be interesting to see if that's how it should be calculated, and just kind of get an idea. Now, I think what I'm going to do at this point is, because I've asked this question, I should probably look it up myself. How is the free float calculated? So I'm looking this up. The free float is measured by subtracting the early finish of the activity from the early start of the successor activity. Free float represents the amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed without delaying the early start date of an immediate successor. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for, I don't think. Hey, look, I asked the question. Weeble didn't shut down on me yet. That's amazing. The free float methodology is a method of calculating the market capitalization of a stock market's index underlying companies. With the free float methodology, market capitalization is calculated by taking the equity's price and multiplying it by the number of shares readily available in the market. Rather than using all of the shares, both active and inactive shares, as is the case with the full market capitalization method, the free float method excludes locked-in shares such as those held by insiders, promoters, and governments. So if there's less of a free float, I'm going to learn something today, guys. Morning. Morning, guys. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the words that are going on. It's good to see you guys here. So basically, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to teach myself something, and maybe you guys can help me out. But I do not understand how free float is calculated. What I have confirmed through Webull is that their free float that they have listed, which is different than everybody else that I've seen so far in comparison, is stating that there's 511.61 million shares for the free float, which is, my understanding is this is what's available to retail investors for buying. But the total amount of shares we know is 513.33. This number has drastically increased. Yahoo reports it, and I've written it down in my notes. Put this up. I'll try. I'll get rid of the tally marks. Sorry, guys. Last time I checked Yahoo, they were saying 448.74 million. And actually, Webull was reporting pretty close to the same numbers not too long ago, if I remember, maybe even the exact same numbers. But it went up to 500.06, I think, on Monday. And then since then, I think or maybe it was Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, it moved up to 511.61. So whatever calculation they're using to calculate free float, and they are saying that they use a calculation, is increasing. So for some reason, the free float, the amount of total shares that are available to retail investors, is increasing. To me, that would seem like what they're saying is that there's some available shares by insiders. Let's see, what the Investopedia is basically saying that these are shares that are held by full market capitalization includes all the shares provided by a company through its stock issuance plan. Companies often issue unexercised stock to insiders through stock option compensation plans. So it seems like based on Investopedia's definition, the portion of the between the free float and the total outstanding shares is shares that are held by insiders, promoters, and governments, which are not available to retail. So if that's the case, then that means that somebody sold, whether it be an insider or promoter or a government, based on what I'm reading here. Okay, so here's how to calculate market capitalization using free float method. Free float methodology is calculated as follows. FFM equals share price times number of shares issued minus locked-in shares. So those locked-in shares had to become available somehow in order for that number to increase. Or the number of shares issued would have to increase somehow. But that obviously didn't happen. The free float methodology has been adopted by many of the world's major indexes. It is used by the S&P 500 index, by Morgan Stanley Capital International. There's also a relationship between free float methodology and volatility. The number of free floating shares of a company is inversely correlated to volatility. Typically, a larger free float means that the stock's volatility was lower because there's more traders buying and selling the shares. That means that a smaller free float equates to higher volatility. Since fewer traders move the price significantly and there are a limited amount of shares available to be bought and or sold, most institutional investors prefer trading companies with a larger free float because they can buy or sell a big number of shares without having a big impact on the price. Okay, but then it appears that there's another way to calculate, which is price weighted versus market capitalization weighted. Let me see what you guys are saying, because I can't read this and see what you guys. Okay, you guys aren't saying anything. So the price weighted versus market capitalization weighted. Indexes in the market are usually weighted by either price or market capitalization. Both methodologies weigh the returns of the indexes, individual stocks by their respective weighting types. Market capitalization weighting is the most common index weighting methodology. The leading capitalization weighted index in the United States is the S&P 500 index. The type of weighting methodology used by the index significantly affects the index's overall returns. Price-weighted indexes calculated the returns of an index by weighing the individual stock returns of the index by their price levels. In a price-weighted index, stock. Okay, so the price can have an influence on the weight of the float. In other words, in a price-weighted index, stocks with a higher price receive a higher weighting and thus have more influence on the returns of the index, regardless of their market capitalizations. Price-weighted indexes versus capitalization-weighted indexes vary considerably due to their index methodology. In the trading market, a few indexes are price-weighted. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is an example of one of the few price-weighted indexes in the market. Example of free float methodology. Suppose the stock ABC is trading at $100 and has 125,000 shares in total. Out of this amount, 25,000 shares are locked in, meaning that they are held by large institutional investors and company management that are not available for trading. Using the free float methodology, ABC's market capitalization is 100 times 100,000. Total number of shares available for trading, 10 million. I'm reading, but I don't know if I'm learning. It is good to see you guys this morning. I'm trying to make sense of this. Okay, how many locked-in shares are there? I would assume that Ortex has the correct information for that. And I believe I've calculated it out before. I don't have it off the top of my head. And I wish that they just provided it. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Insiders. I went through and I actually tediously added up all of these insider positions, every single one of them. The one thing that I did find interesting is that when you subtract 33.32 million from the total amount that it's changed by, that 0.32 portion actually comes up in the numbers. So I should probably write this down so that we know what we're looking at here for the future reference. Let me see if I can find my post really quick that states how much that was. So you guys are going to have to give me just a second because I don't feel like going through and tallying those all up all over. Okay, 48.6 million. Insiders hold 48.6 million. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can calculate free float based off of what Investopedia is saying it should be. And Investopedia is basically saying that you should take the share price multiplied number of shares issued minus locked-in shares. So we know how many. Let's do the math here right in front of everybody so you guys can see it. And if we pull this down here, I can't see both at the same time. We know that the total amount of shares out right now is 513.33. So we're going to take 513.33 and we're going to subtract that by locked in shares, which was minus 48.6. Okay, that gives us 464.73. Ironically, which is really, really close to the float that is being reported by Yahoo. It's off a little bit, not much. But then it says that you need to take that number times the share price to get free float, the free float methodology. So we take this number times, I guess we'll go with the close for yesterday. So 31.55. That probably gives us like our, what does that give us? Should be a number like market cap or something. Market cap 16.2 billion. I'm getting 14.6. Okay. Well, I'm not sure exactly how those numbers match up or how that would give you a free float of what we're getting. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to make of it. I'm not free float market cap 16.14. I'm not getting the same numbers. Let me pull up Yahoo and see what Yahoo says. Let's refresh it so that we know we're talking about the same thing here. Yahoo's getting 448.61. I don't know. I don't understand how they're getting those numbers. But I mean, what that would indicate to me is that they know something about. It seems to me, at least, that they know something about the amount of total shares that are outstanding. I mean, the fact that there's only less than 2 million shares left here. I guess like if I came back over to Ortex and I just started subtracting out some of the insiders in here, we could see. I guess basically it could possibly tell us if they've sold off. What did I say? I said insiders was 48.6 million. So let's start subtracting and see from the top. So minus the 33.32. Oh, I can't do it like that. That leaves an additional 15.2, so we'll subtract 12.68. That leaves us left with 2.6 million. If we know Adam Aaron didn't sell shares, at least he's saying that he didn't, and most everybody else left on this list should be minus 10,000 from Wanda. Maybe Wanda sold their 10,000. That leaves us with 2.6 roughly million shares. That's close to what is left in the float. So I mean, maybe Silver Lake Group sold off and Mudrick sold off and Wanda. I mean, that could be what it is. The numbers are close. I know that they were supposed to be giving themselves a bump up in shares, and so maybe those aren't represented yet on this page, just as similarly as these aren't showing as being sold off yet. I mean, that would be my best. That would be my best guess. That Silver Lake Group, Mudrick Management, and Wanda sold their remaining shares that they had. That would be my very best guess. And that's how our free float would be very close, at least based on my calculations. It'd be close to what Webull is getting for numbers. So we may have figured something out before it actually showed up on reports. We may see in the near future, or maybe it might be a month. It might be a month from now before we actually see the information come out that those three parties sold off their positions. But it's interesting to me that Webull seems to know this before everybody else does. Yahoo doesn't seem to know, or is at least not reporting it. I don't believe the Nasdaq's reporting it. Hmm. I understand what you're saying, Rizwan, but the only problem I have though is that I mean the free float should be a pretty standardized formula, and there shouldn't be I understand there being a discrepancy in a lot of like short interest reporting and all that other kind of stuff because it's only based off of what's reported. Um, the free float should be a pretty easy value, and should not be there should not be a discrepancy of like 40 something million 40 I can't even do the math in my head right now. What is the discrepancy? uh, Minus 511. Yeah, like basically slightly under 2 million. Oh no, that's, dang it, I did the wrong number. 64,590,000. That's how much of the discrepancy there is. That's a, I mean, to say that there's a discrepancy in all those other numbers, um, I totally get that. That makes sense to me. But a $64.6 million, or sorry, a 64.6 million share discrepancy in reporting on free float is pretty bad. I mean, that's pretty strange. What does Finviz say? Finra? Let's see. I'm not sure where to find that on Finra. Financials, maybe? Free float. I do not see it on here. Ah, this is not what I wanted. It's probably in the overview. If you know where it's at on here. If I came to your company and wanted to invest a large sum of money, you could give me that amount in shares with a notion contract saying that I am not allowed to sell the shares for 2 years. That way, I bind myself long term to your company, and those 2 years, those shares are not part of the free float because I cannot sell them. So what you're saying is that all those companies' terms have been accomplished, and that they are allowed to now sell their shares as they're now part of the free float. So you think that they may have not necessarily sold, but they're now part of the free float. So whatever their term is, it has expired. That may be the case. Yeah, I'm not seeing the free float calculations on here. Let's see. Let me check something out here. FinViz, stock screener, AMC. They have the free float as yep, they have the same. They almost have an identical number to Yahoo. I'll put it up here so you can see it. Oh, come on. Get rid of this. I'll put this up here, and that is not it. There we go. So they're saying 448.56 million. And Yahoo is reporting pretty close to the same number, 448.74. So yeah, these kind of differences I'm okay with. You know, when we're off by like 200,000 shares, fine. I'm all right with that. But being off by 64.6 million shares in reporting, like something's going on here. Like, somebody's reporting incorrectly, and the calculation Weeble's stating that their calculations are correct, and they're saying that I need to check everybody else. Of course, that's what they're gonna say, but yeah. Here we also have companies where the state owns a majority of the shares. Those shares are also not part of the free float because the state has to own a certain minimum of shares. Our postal service and parts of the energy and infrastructure sector are partially owned by the states. Well, anyways, I don't know how to get to the bottom of this as of right now, but it is very strange to me that they're reporting a free float of 511.61 versus total outstanding shares of 513. To me, the remaining amount of shares that are here are basically everything that the executives own. Pretty much. I mean, it's pretty close to dead on. Maybe off a 500,000 or so. So, if what Duncan is saying is correct, then one of two possibilities are the case. Either, come on, either the insiders, Silver Lake, Mudrick, and possibly Wanda sold their shares, or they're no longer part of the free float and should not be considered insider positions any longer because as Duncan said, their ability to be able to sell these on the market has or non-ability has expired, and they're now able to sell them to market making them part of the free float. So that would be the only two possibilities that I can think of, unless you all got something else. All right, 6:51. We're getting dangerously close to me having to make a price prediction and confirming it. I don't know. We still got 8 minutes left before we see that pokey stick of volume. It's an interesting thing to look at. Today I entitled "Fearless" the title for uh, our live stream today, and I'm going to read you a quote, and I don't want you to think about who it comes from, but I just want you to think about what's being said, because it's the important part about the quote. And it's that fearless is getting back up and fighting for what you want over and over again, even though every time you've tried before, you've lost. I want to say that in our instance, we haven't lost every single time. We've definitely had a bump up to $77 at one point. We've won a battle at least once. But we still do. We keep getting up over and over and over again and keep fighting. Let's not focus on who that's quoted by. That's not important. The important thing is that I think that's a correct statement. Volume has increased a little bit, ever so slightly. I mean, there's been a couple of this is 9,500 shares, 6,120 shares. Let's look at the overall market real quick before we before we hit 7 o'clock and see how it's doing. My wife's working really hard over here trying to. I think she's making some kind of delicious breakfast over here. Breakfast. Oh yeah, today is the first day of school for kids, at least here where I live. Okay, 3,838 advancers to 2,798 decliners. Looks like the Nasdaq slightly down in the pre-market. Dow Jones and S&P 500 are both slightly up. Robinhood is down 1.68% in the pre-market. 48 was what they started out in price. They're at 51.19, so slightly higher than their starting price when they released or launched their IPO. Amazon is up in the pre-market 0.22%. Cinemark is dead flat at $15. Let's look at our competitor real quick. They had a nice run up yesterday. I know they'd been hurting for a little bit with kind of a continued attack down. And I started to think like, what's going on here? Almost starting to look like they're starting to get shorted. I was like, are we going to have to save two different movie companies? What's going on? So that'll be interesting to watch to see what happens there. Doge is currently down 6.71%. GME is up 0.45%, and we are at 0.48% in the pre-market. Looks like there's some news for GME. I'll click on it real quick. In June 2020, long before the epic GameStop Corporation saga took place, Genius Brands squeezed 660% higher over the course of just 7 trading days. Genius Brands was then targeted alongside GameStop and shot up over 90% on January 27th, the day before GameStop completed its parabolic journey to 483. Looks like they're just trying to show that you need to put your money into this company instead of GME. Nonsense. Amazon has some news. And nothing important there. Checking the news overall. Oh, I'm on the 5-minute scale. One hour ago, AMC stock is Adam Aron the best CEO ever? ? From the street. I feel like that's like they're gonna respond with something negative. Talks about his background. Luck follows the successful. Apes being valued. Best CEO ever. Overall, CEO Adam Aron seems to enjoy his status of leadership among the apes, which he has earned by putting retail investors at the center of the conversations. Such status and his willingness to listen, in turn, have benefited the company. Think of the equity issuance, creating a virtuous cycle that seems to be to please the shareholder base. It doesn't look like it's like it's a hit piece, maybe. Not too bad anyways if it is. 18 hours ago, Yahoo posted articles saying Dogecoin investors look to get in to get on radar of AMC Chief. So apparently they want their coin to be part of the whole purchasing of tickets availability. Most of the articles are talking about they're big articles on AMC accepting Bitcoin. So I did not know this, but this article is stating that, oh, here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. This article is saying AMC Theaters and Warner Brothers agree to shorten theatrical window. I didn't realize that that was a shortening the period of time. I mean, to me, it seemed like Warner Brothers had shortened it to 0 since they were allowing it to go straight to streaming. So to me, in my opinion, I would say they agreed to lengthen. To say shorten, I think would be a misstatement. Just my criticism of that article. Okay, so Pokestick of volume so far is at 101,000 shares traded, which puts us at 170, almost 200,000 shares traded in the pre-market so far. If we open up at 32, and we do have an update, it probably won't be a lot, maybe $1 at most. And I think picking anywhere between a price range of 32 to 34. If we open up above 3180, I think that a price prediction of 32 to 35 would encompass all possibilities. No, I'm sorry, 31 to 34. But that would have to mean us opening up higher than 3180. So split the difference and call it 30.5. This is my prediction for the day, price prediction. 30.5 to 33.5. Because that gives leeway on either side, so we can have a slight loss day. So it's almost basically I'm saying I'm splitting it right down the middle. The price is heading down right now. Let's watch this for a minute because I get more than just 1 minute after 7. I get at least 15 minutes, maybe even 30 to change my mind. Let's watch the price and see if it goes down a little. If it goes down a little bit, if it drops down to say like 31.20, I might drop my price a little bit more to maybe like 30 to 33. It'll depend on what happens here in the next 15 minutes. I am going to continue to stick with my volume prediction though. I'm going with 50 to 70 million shares traded. I'm not sure, Duncan, what you meant by that. I was trying to when I saw you rate that, I wasn't sure what you meant. Do notice, guys, that oh man, how do I forget some of these things? I forgot to tell you guys. All right, let's check this out. This is really kind of exciting. I wanted to show you a link that I made, and this is a stretch. You got to put your tinfoil hats on for this one. Do you know all of the? I've talked about this on several occasions. Do you remember all of the SPACs that Citadel's putting money into that are overseas in the Grand Cayman Islands? Not all of them, but some are in the U.S. But most of them reside in um, the Grand Cayman Islands. So check this out. And I don't know why I didn't make this link sooner. I'm going to show you something. I was rereading the article that I had posted from Mark the other day, one of the the subs to this channel. I hate calling him a sub. One of the followers. How's that? Okay, so this is the article that I posted, and then I gave him full credit on. But I want to specifically go down to this paragraph down here. Let me see if I've got stuff up to where you can. Okay, cool. This is the paragraph I'm going to read right here, and I want you to think about this for just a second. Flooding. This is the playbook. The playbook that was written by Jerry Klein, which, speaking of which, I'm still in the process of trying to nail him down. I think I've got his email addresses, I've got his phone number, I think I know where he lives. I'm trying to get in touch with this guy. I'm really trying to get in touch with him to see if he'll come and talk to us. He's 73 years old, he posted this information, or he created this article, this playbook article on what hedge funds do, which outlines everything that's happening to us. It's just step by step. You can just see it and be like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what's happening. But I'm trying to get a hold of him to see if he'll come and talk. But I want to get down to this one section that I've highlighted right here. And it says, flooding the market with shares requires foot soldiers to swamp the market with counterfeit shares. An offshore hedge fund devised a remarkably effective incentive program to motivate the traders at certain broker-dealers. Each trader was given a debit card to a bank account that only he could access. The trader's performance was tallied, and, based upon the number of shares moved and other success parameters, the hedge fund would wire money into the bank account daily. At the end of each day, the traders went to the ATM and drew out their bribe, instant gratification. This is a huge accusation right here to be making, so this is why I say tinfoil hats on. But these SPACs that are in the Grand Cayman Islands, they're blank check companies. These companies could be writing, this could be the method that they're using to transfer the money into um, broker dealers, right? Whenever they need shares to become available, they have success parameters that they define. They contact these broker dealers. The broker dealers make the deal happen, and then voila, they have more shares to short with, and these broker dealers are paid. This is a huge accusation. I can't prove it. I don't really have anything to prove. I don't have anything to link the SPACs to these broker dealers. But I do want to point out that this, we've been trying to figure out like what is going on with these SPACs in the Grand Cayman Islands. Why is money going over there in the millions of dollars into these blank check companies who are not merging with anybody? Um, this could be that link, the link in understanding why the SPACs are created, or why they're investing money into them. And it's because those SPACs could be using that money to pay off broker dealers. So, if there was some way to tie that actual link together, I'm not sure what it would be. But when I read this, I was like, offshore, of course, duh. They've been sending like shit tons of money to the Grand Canyon Islands. I've been posting stuff from, man, I can't remember how long ago I was posting stuff about how you can look at the Grand Cayman Island economic swing that they've had since January, and it matches almost exactly what's happening with the amount of money that they're investing over there during this period of time, ever since January, and it's amazing to see what's happening. So somebody needs to kind of tie these things together if they can find a way to kind of make these links. This would be huge. Uh, I don't know. I do know that the SEC has already talked about looking into these SPACs. So maybe they're already investigating. I don't know. Oh, it is. Is it a Disney princess? It is not a Disney princess. But I guess maybe you could say it's close. Anyways, I think that there's some link there. I think that there's got to be some kind of connection to these SPACs, these offshore SPACs, and possibly money laundering into broker dealers' hands so that they can make these deals to get more shares, make more shares available for them to borrow. Time will tell, guys. Time will tell. Tinfoil hat today, realization tomorrow. The fact that this Jerry Klein wrote this in 2014, and it's coming to fruition step by step of everything it is that he did, in my mind, is imagine writing something like that, an article like he wrote, nobody being able to prove anything that he had said back then, and now everything that's happening and everything that's being uncovered right now, and it fitting exactly 8 years later what he wrote about. You'd think the guy was a fortune teller. Anyways, enough of the tinfoil hat stuff. Those are links that I can't tie, and they're not. I don't make accusations. They're just observations of how what's said in the past seems to fit with what we're seeing. Looking at Citadel's foot traffic right now, I'm not seeing anything specifically unusual. Seems like they kind of shut down Google's foot traffic monitoring. Let's look at AMC. Since I looked at Fintel AMC earlier, it's not going to show me. Oh, hold on one second. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Let's see, owners, institutional owners. This is looking at FINRA. Let's see what we got new. So far, I only see one new listing for the day today on that. It looks like I can't even begin to say that name. Exponents. 22,306 shares. I forgot to mention that dark pool percentage traded yesterday was 62.2%, and the short percentage was 51.2. So the short percentage went down from 61 to 51.2, so almost a 10% drop. However, the dark pools increased by about almost 1%. Currently showing 100,000 shares left to borrow, which is a reduction from earlier. Pulling it up for you to see, you can see that it went from 650,000 shares down to 100,000 shares borrowed so far. I don't think that's going to have changed, but we'll check it and see. Typically speaking, I don't think. Oh, okay, I stand corrected. Short share interest of the free float is 18.38%, and it does show indeed shares have been borrowed on Ortex. So as of yesterday, they borrowed a total of 3.12 million shares, and today, I did not update these numbers yet, so let's do that. 299.7 thousand shares they've borrowed so far for today. Shares left to borrow, the way I calculate that out, Same thing as usual, guys. Shares on loan is higher, 107.51. Wow. Okay. So you take this number, 107 million 107.51 million shares, and you divide it by the utilization, which is 93.92, and you get 114 million. So that's up. That's up from about 111 million shares available to loan yesterday to now 114. So 3 million shares became available to loan more. But if I take that number minus the total amount of shares that are on loan, it gives me a total of 6.9 million shares left to borrow, which was 6.227 yesterday. So let's go ahead and update that. So it did increase, but it increased not because shares were returned, but because more shares were made available to lend. So that's why our utilization went down from day to day. So that's why I do this reverse figuring of these numbers, because I want you to see that utilization dropped not because of there being less shares being lent, it's because more shares are being loaned out. So let's see, 6.22 million on Wednesday. And we are now at 6.959 million shares left to borrow. So just remember in the back of your heads that this increase of shares available to borrow is not due to any other reason other than the fact that they more shares are available to lend. But 107, that's a big number. Let's check these out because I don't think I checked them out earlier. Yeah, we went from 105.3 to 107.5. So 2.2 million. And then 2.2 million additional shares that were borrowed, even though they borrowed 3.12 million shares yesterday. That's what we saw being reported by Ortex. But what's being reported on loan did not increase by the same value. It was less by about 1 million. Which could be, interestingly enough, where did 1 million, like if I just happen to remember that I saw an extra 1 million show up somewhere on the ETFs available, it was 3 million yesterday and jumped up to 4.3. So it could be that the ETFs gained that extra 1 million from those loan shares, which is now back down all the way down to 2.8. Wow, guys, they borrowed just under 2 million shares, 1.6 something. That's pretty big news right there. They borrowed those, and they borrowed, on top of that, they borrowed the 300,000 shares that they've already borrowed this morning, and and they borrowed the 500,000 shares, 550,000 shares a little while ago, about an hour ago. So massive amounts of borrowing going on. And I told you guys, I said, this is costing them dearly to keep this price down. Over the last 2 days, it has cost them so dearly. They have paid a huge price for trying to keep this price down. So you know, make no mistake, this is not just easy for them to short the stock to the, you know, short ladder attack this stock to the prices that we're at. They're putting up a really pricey fight, super pricey. Inflow versus outflow yesterday was 398 to 412. Let me see if this updates. Yeah, so that was the total inflow versus outflow yesterday, which is a 14-point spread. I think at one point we were up to about a 20-point spread in there. So yeah, let's see here, 31.56. We were slightly up in the pre-market, now breaking even. It looks like while I've been talking, we had a nice run up, or was that, when was that? 7:30? Yeah, I just lost track of time. Oh, that was an hour ago. Okay, so right when I got on, basically we started dumping. That's awesome. Stop talking. All right, I'm going to change my numbers and John's numbers. I'm waiting for Duncan and I'm waiting for Eric on quotes. I think Eric should go first tomorrow. Eric is in. He's got his numbers in here on a text. Eric is in at 31 to 34. John is in at 28.5 to 31.5. Duncan, you are the last. You get the last go for it today. I think I'm gonna make Eric go first tomorrow. Wait, actually, I know John. Actually, Duncan, I think you're first tomorrow. So let me go ahead and start moving these around. Bear with me, guys, while I fix these up a little. 30.5. John's lower value is 28.5. Ooh, it's way down here. Eric's lower number is going to be 31. $1 up from where he was at yesterday in price predicting. Interesting, Eric. Eric coming in at 31 to 34. He's looking bullish. What appears to be a little bit more bullish than I think the rest of us. Of course, it depends on how much Duncan comes in at. Eric's top number is going to be 34. And John's upper number is going to be 31.5. So now all I need to do is fix Duncan's numbers once they come in, and my numbers. My top number. My top number is 33.5. All right, Duncan. I'll see you when you get back. So real close spreads here. You can see like our top numbers for myself and Eric are pretty close, or within 50 cents of each other. John's kind of got the bottom half of the spread here. So we got a pretty good range so far. We're from anywhere from 28.5 all the way up to 34. So it'll be interesting to see what Duncan comes in at. Volume 232 for the morning, still looking pretty shallow. And I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break in about 7 minutes. I'll probably break from, I'll go to live chat. I am on live chat. Okay, I see it now. I was already on live chat, but I just didn't see it. I saw I had a screen over the top of the words here. 29.1 to 32.1. 29.1 to 31.1. Wait, is that right? 32.1. I was going to say, that doesn't seem like enough money. Yep, I see it now. I've got my notes, my little notepad over here. I've got it, oops. I got it up over your stuff there, so that's why I wasn't seeing it fully. I drag it back over to the other side, and it was blocking it. Okay, let's get your prices in here. Moving Duncan down. $29.1. All right, guys. With everybody's price predictions in, I'm going to take a break from now until about 8:10. So I will return at 8:10 for market, for 20 minutes before market opens, and we'll share that time together. So I'm gonna send the kids off to school, the first day of school, and I will see you guys back in a bit. I am back. Let's see here. Looks like Azrul. Azrul, I just want to let you know, I saw that you had posted a message on my stream from yesterday, and it looks like it might be maybe similar to what it is that you're posting now. And it looked like you'd taken it down. But anyways, I did see part of it. It showed up. It showed up on my messages, and unfortunately, it was gone when I went to go look for it this morning, so I could read all of it. But I don't know what you said, but thanks for commenting. Anybody know why the market cap for AMC and GME different in Robinhood and other platform? AMC current price 31.55. Webull versus Robinhood market cap is 16.2 billion versus 25.78 billion total shares. 513, 476.81 versus 817, 115. Difference 303. Yep. Yeah, I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't see your comment. So my wife and I did a little test back and forth to see what would happen if we commented on there. And for some reason, we could see our messages, but we just couldn't see your message from last night. GME current price 158.78. Yep, 158.78 is what I got. Versus Robinhood market cap. So market cap's different, right? So let me pull up the. I mean, I feel like I know what you're saying. I noticed some differences myself this morning that I had pointed out. Like when you look at AMC, if you look at the free float, it's saying that there's 511.61 million shares versus shares out that are 513.33, which is just slightly under 2 million shares. Which, if you pull up any other reporting agency, you get something that looks a little bit more like this over here. This is Yahoo, and it says the float is 448.61. So I reached out to Webull to ask them questions about those differences, and market cap is current share price times float. Isn't it also including minus? I think you're missing one other part of that, and it should be, isn't it minus the outstanding shares? I believe I just pulled up something. Hold on a second here. Let me see what I pulled up earlier. Yeah, it's market price. The market cap is multiply its stock's current price by the total number of outstanding shares. So that should be the formula. Unfortunately, I don't have a Robinhood account, so I can't really check that. I would love to. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. Robinhood, I avoided it like the devil. So, but yeah, market cap should be the price multiplied by the total outstanding shares. I don't believe it's the float. But we could check that just here, just to check it on Webull. The market cap is 16.2 billion. The total outstanding shares is 513.33. So we'll just do the math real quick. 513.33 times 31.55. 16.195 is what I come up with billion. Which is really darn close to 16.2. So if they rounded, then I'm getting the correct market cap. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to why Robinhood is so much higher, why they're listing an incorrect market cap. I know I've heard that and read that as being an issue on Reddit before. I've seen what you're talking about. Other people have mentioned that. Um, I honestly don't know how to account for that. I can tell you that this free float that we're seeing on AMC, that's saying 511 versus 513. When I contacted Weeble about it, they're saying, thanks for your waiting. We've checked with the free float with our data source. There will be differences for the float due to different calculation methods, which I find really odd. Like there should be one calculation method as a standardization, I would think, across any platform. But it says AMC has been updated. AMC has been updated their free float. Please confirm with other platforms if they have updated their data. Let us know if you need any other assistance. So I asked him, I said, is it a proprietary formula that you use to calculate calculations? Is it a proprietary formula that is used for your calculations? I should have left out the is. Are you able to disclose how this is calculated? So I really I really just kind of want to understand like why they're coming up with the numbers that they're coming up with. I can't tell you why that they're incorrect. All we know is that we see that there's definite differences in some of the calculations that are being used. Yeah, there's I mean, you could probably draw the same conclusion that I could, which is that there's manipulation. Enough manipulation of the stock prices based off of synthetic shares that are outstanding, that it's affecting some of the calculations that they do. But that's simply guessing. We don't really know what the reasons are why they're reporting incorrectly. I don't have any reason for it. My guess is as good as yours. It's concerning. I mean, they're reporting this information, and this is what investors have to go off of in order to make their investment choices. And so I think the important thing that probably to take away from that is that um, retail investors just don't get good information. Period. And there needs to be some kind of standardization for reporting so that no matter where you go, the numbers that you get should be the same. And that doesn't seem to be the case. We currently are at 503,000 shares traded for this morning so far. Once the market opens, we're going to want to start seeing around 250,000 shares a minute if we can to get 100,000 shares traded for the day. However, I have predicted somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares traded for the day today. It is starting out to be a slow morning this morning. Looking at, and by the way, welcome to the channel, Ezreal. It's good to have you here. I believe I've seen you here before, but when I do see new faces or names come up, I try to say hi. I appreciate you being part of the community. Amount of shares on loan currently. Let me put my camera back up here. I forgot I had it off. I got to take this off too. Uh, 450,000 shares. ETFs are back up to 3.2. They were down in the 2 millions. So they were down about to 100,000 available shares to borrow, and it's since moved up to 450. We'll check and see here if that's actually what's happening through Ortex reporting. Holy moly! Look at that number, guys. I'm going to refresh it real quick. 4.23 million shares borrowed for the day today. That's a massive number. I'm happy. I'm like extremely happy when I see 3 million shares borrowed. The fact that it's 4.23, that could mean that many of us are going to be off on our price predictions for today. Let's see here. So I'm going to update this. Earlier when I had checked it, we were only 299.7 thousand shares borrowed. We're going to have to up that to 4.23. Yesterday was a big day at 3.12 million shares borrowed. This is obviously a much bigger number. And of course, it's going to adjust throughout the day, but notice that the current short share interest is now at 19.04%. Let's look at that number real quickly just because I want you to see what that looks like over time through history. The last time that we had a huge price increase, that value was at 17.44. Before January, that value was at 12.3. We are at 18.32 as of the end of yesterday, and now at 19.04. The highest it's ever been is 19.64. So just let that sink in a little bit. These are pretty big numbers. If you'll notice also the amount of loans that were taken out day over day, it was 105.3 yesterday, and then today it's now 107.5. Right, so 2.2 million shares on loan added. So it is costing them. It is costing them greatly to be where we're at currently. There's a price. There's a price to pay for playing these games, and they're playing hot potato right now, and they're getting stuck with the potato. Failure to delivers, we still have that big chunk. We haven't had an update yet. We'll get one, I believe, in a couple more days from now. We should get some more failure to deliver reporting. Maybe 2 or 3 days from now. Maybe probably Monday, if I had to guess. Let me see what the date will be Monday. Forgive me for not just knowing off the top of my head. 16th? Yeah, we'll probably get reporting on the 16th of some new failure to delivers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's a big number. 19.04. That's beautiful. And I love seeing the shares on loan increasing as much as they are. I mean, these are all great numbers, guys. Really, really good numbers. I'm excited. I know it doesn't sound like it in my voice. I'll tell you what. Here, I'll tell you. This is. I'm going to show you something here. I don't think I've ever shown this page before. Let me pull this over. How do I pull this over? Yeah, here we go. I don't think I've ever shown this before. This is my two of the songs that I start the morning off with. If we have a positive start day, I end with Claire de Lune song, and then here's my Houston has we have a problem. Notice that I don't have you can't see it right now. I'll have to put it up here, but because it's at the top of my page, let me minimize this screen here. What you can't see is that normally when we have a bad down day or start day, I typically have another song that follows up, like some kind of what I feel might be an inspiring song for the day. I didn't come up with one today. I just didn't. I know I came up with one yesterday, and I had thought of it, and when I woke up this morning, I'd forgotten what it was. So I don't have that currently. Do you guys have any recommendations? Something you'd like to hear if the day starts off on a downswing? I'd love to hear what you have to say. But I mean, I guess what I'm trying to tell you guys is that I kind of got to a point this morning where I was just kind of like I didn't know what to put. I came up with a title with fearless. I think that's the attitude that we maintain, continuing to move through what feels like dark times with the price, but in actuality, we just sit here and we hold. The president's speech from the Independence Day. Yeah, okay, we can do that. You're the first person to say something, so you get the award of. That's what I'll play. Let me look it up real quick. Make sure I'm not going to blast you guys with some sound here. Man, all you have to write is independence and actually I didn't even put independence. I put in depth, and it almost literally came straight up on there. Let's see which one's the better one. Yeah, we can do this. Yeah, we'll do this. Looks like I'm going to stop it. $210 is when I want to stop it. All right, I got it down. All right, let's start off this morning here in just a couple more minutes. We'll start with the intro. Yeah, you know, there's some really interesting numbers out there right now, and I can't tell you what's going to happen today, but we'll just take it one step at a time as it comes at us, and we'll try to make some sense of you know all the craziness that does happen with this stock. I got it queued up, so it's going to be a rough ending because it doesn't really fade away. The clip that I pulled up doesn't really fade away real well, but you know we'll work with it. Let's see, $30.66, $30.80 is where we're at right now, down 2.38% since we started. Okay, so we have had a drop off here since I took the break. They're trying to open up this morning at a I guess at a running pace, if I can use that term. All right, we're getting real close here, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and queue everything up and get this morning started. Let's have some fun. See you guys in just a bit here.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on estimate.
Danny, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to Amc Add, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Nice little launch this morning. Now, would you guys believe me if I told you I mix that by hand every morning? Yes, I am that lazy. I literally sit here and mix that every single morning when I could probably mix that all together on my own on some separate platform and just play it every morning. But it just, I don't know, there's, it takes some pride, I guess, in just mixing that in every single morning. Do you really want to hear the speech? I mean, you really want to hear the speech. The speech is usually, I only save those for when we have like a down beginning. If you want to hear the, all right, we'll play the speech. We'll play the speech. Oh man, I had the sound off.
Sir. Good morning.
There we go.
Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will join others from around the world. And you will be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind. Mankind, that word should have new meaning for all of us today.
Ape kind.
We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interest. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom. Not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Uh-oh. And fade to black. Unfortunately, because the clip ends like very abruptly right there. But yeah, there you go. We will fight. If a fight is what they want, that's what we'll give them. So we're having a nice price correction back up to the $31 range. Historically, let's look at a couple things here. Before I do, actually, I gotta correct something really quick here. Based off of the tally marks that we have set up for the day and where everybody has price predictions, what I need to do is I need to start giving people arrows. The open was $30.87. So Eric will be bullish. And everybody else neutral. So let me just add these arrows real quick here. I just messed up Eric's. Based on the amount of shares that I saw borrowed for this morning, you know, and volume currently trading at almost 1 million shares a minute right now. You know, that's really decent volume. So we could have a correction in this pre-market hours of volume. So the day's starting off different than the pre-market was. So we'll see if that continues to hold true. But as it stands, John, myself, and Duncan have all kind of predicted prices that are relatively across the board even. I'm at 30.5 to 33.5. John is at 28.5 to 31.5, and Duncan's 29.1 to 32.1. Eric is the only person who is looking bullish from 31 to 34 for price ending today at the end of close. So we'll see where that continues to go. As far as options go, sorry, not options, I'm sorry. Available shares to borrow, we're at 450,000. That is, let's see if we update this here. That is still holding true. ETFs, if you'll notice, were earlier they were around four something million and are down to about 3.2 million currently. So they've borrowed at least 1 million shares there. Calls over puts in total amounts that have been made. Let's see, we got 191, about 211 calls versus 142 puts. So there's definitely more call options than there are put options in strictly in volume total. Looking at some of the other indices, we are currently at 4.73 million shares borrowed for the day, which is up from 4.23, which is a pretty incredible number as it was, but it's still continuing to rise. Notice that if you remember in the beginning of the morning, we calculated how many shares are left to borrow, 6.9 million shares. If they have indeed truly borrowed 4.73, then there's only a couple million shares left for them to borrow. 4 million shares were added yesterday. It went from about 111 to I think about it might have been 110 to about 114, 114 total shares. So we have 107 million shares on loan currently. So these are some big numbers. Current short share interest is 19.2%. You know, these are big numbers, guys. They're all pointing towards a hike in price. So and I've said this earlier. I think there's a good chance, you know, if we continue to keep volume up, there's a good chance that every single one of our price predictions for the day today is going to be wrong. I hate to say that, but I'm glad to say it. I do like seeing our estimates coming in. I hate seeing the missed column get it correct, but that's what it's looking like so far. Let's see. Let's look. Is it time to look at options? Let's give options about 10 more minutes before we look at them. Yesterday's volume was 69.2 million. I had predicted somewhere between 70 and 90 million shares, so I was off by about 0.8 million shares for the prediction for yesterday, which was pretty close. Again, I'm predicting for today somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares, but as it's running right now, it's looking like if volume continues to stay like it is, I'll be way off again, but in the other direction. Let's see here. What did I want? I wanted to look at institutional ownership. Looks like it hasn't really changed since the last time I checked it. We're at 116.4 million shares owned by institutions. Right? Yeah, I'm with you, Duncan. If price moves up for the day today, I can live with it too. So typically speaking, the first 15 minutes is usually what I consider to be like the hedge fund's chance to attack the day and kind of set the mode for the day, which appears to be what they did in the pre-market hours. Now, whether or not they knew that they needed to kind of drop the price in the pre-market because they knew that it was going to jump on the open, that remains to be seen. The price did indeed jump on the market open, but now it seems to be correcting back down. Our 30-minute interval is showing an RSI of 51.53, which is right about middle of the road, which means that the price could move in either direction. And on a 5-minute interval is 56.39, which is just slightly higher than average. So really, the price has flexibility to move in either direction right now. Volume is still pretty high. We're now 7 minutes into the trading day with 6.3 million shares, so it is slowing down slightly. The last minute was still over 250,000 shares traded. The importance of 250,000 shares traded is that if you continue that average throughout the day, you end up with just less than 100 million shares traded for the day, which is a beautiful number. We always want to, I think anything over 100 million shares traded in a day, up or down in price, is a beautiful thing. I hate seeing it less than 100 million. So we're definitely on a good pace right now as it stands. Of course, obviously, it's going to slow down throughout the day. So it remains to be seen how fast it slows down. Let's see what else. Options, 7 more minutes. I'm going to look at the news real quick here. Okay, no new news. Nothing showing up on the news channel. Checking Reddit now to see what kind of did you guys watch Trey's interview with Adam Aaron? I have not watched it yet. I feel a little bit out of the loop because I have not seen it, but there was a video that I watched last night, something relating to AMC, and I ended my night on that. I decided to pass out. The body gave up, passed out, and so I only saw one video. I did not see Adam Aaron's interview was kind of late and ended up starting at like 7. I think it was 7 p.m. Eastern time, which would have been, I guess, 6 my time. I ate dinner and then I passed out like afterwards. It's believe it or not, putting in 9 hours talking about something you're passionate about is harder than you would think. Every night I go to bed pretty tired. Let's see. It says AMC announced on Monday that by year end we'll have technology in place to use Apple Pay and Google Pay in our online ticketing. Yeah, we know all that. Is that accurate? I just saw. No, that doesn't seem to be accurate. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. So I'm curious as to where. This must be old. 61, 61. Oh, okay, yeah, that is old information. Matt Kors posted yesterday that the 105.38 million shares on loan was a considerable jump. I can't wait to see what he thinks about today. Another 2.2 million, I believe. This one was one that I had seen on Reddit that was kind of interesting. Inflation rate released. This is posted by Reinvention TV. Inflation rate released. The only time it was 5% plus for 3 months in a row in the past 20 years was summer 2008, leading into September crash. This is the post for it. But essentially, what they're showing is back in 2008, the months that had the percentages where it was above 5%, and we're currently at those rates now. I think historically, September and October are pretty rough months in the market. So we could be leading into some really, really tough times for the rest of the market. I think that'll be good news for us. I do want to share some other DD that was researched. Let me pull it up here. This was found by Duncan, one of my admin. Why isn't it popping up? So this is a ticker. It's called apparentlyexempt.com. And I'll just show this on the page here real quickly. Apparently Exempt. What is apparentlyexempt.com? Apparently Exempt is the latest project from Inflation Lands. It is an independent data and analytics and financial research project focused on proving the existence of algorithmic trading in the U.S. stock exchange. Designed in part to intentionally circumvent short sale restrictions through the use of short exempt filing status. We believe our research will prove that this particular algorithm functions in a wide-ranging and extensive manner explicitly for the sake of profiting off of the scenarios that, in our opinion, and if all rules, regulations were followed based on their intent, would not normally allow for such short sales to occur. So then they go into what short sales are, what is short exempt. They list everything out. You know, this might be good for somebody to go research this and read a lot of this if you're not understanding what some of these terms mean. It shows what the stocks that seem to be most particularly affected by this are AMC, GME, NAKD, COS, PLTR, and WKHS. So they come up with a lot of different. It looks like they go pretty good into detail as to why they're coming up with the analysis that they have. Let me see if I can find the other link. I believe it's this one. Yeah. So you can go to this one other link, and it's apparentlyexempt.com, and it's their ticker. And essentially what you can do is you can go back to any date that you choose to, and you can look at the total volume, short exempt, SEV of SV, and you can pull these down to, on my phone I could pull them down to see what the table definitions. At the very bottom down here you can pull up and see what each one of these are. So SEV of SV is short exempt volume of short volume, is the percentage of short volume that was marked as short sale exempt for the given date. So a lot of these terms will make more sense to you if you were to read that other page that I was on. And then they have this field misfire indicates whether or not SSR triggers should have been in effect due to a negative 10% difference occurring between a daily low price and the prior day closing price, despite an official regulation shows short sale restriction trigger not having actually occurred. So that actually can happen. It's possible for the price to trigger in, I believe, the aftermarket hours and then not actually trigger aftermarket or pre-market. But you can go through and you can pick up any date you want to. I accidentally clicked on let's see if we refresh this, if it'll go back to the way it was. Yeah, this is by date here. So if we just scroll down to the very bottom, it'll have it starts out in 2020, which is kind of amazing because there's a lot of compiled data. The only bad thing is that it ends. I guess I would assume it's because they don't collect the data, or there's maybe some data they can't collect until further down the road. But it only goes up to 7/16, so they're basically almost a month behind. But they have the total volume, the short volume, short exempt volume, percentage of short exempt volume percentage of total volume, short volume of percentage of total volume, SSR on, and misfire. So there's some good information here to go back and look through. When I have some downtime over this next weekend, I'll probably be looking at this a little bit more. Oh, that's nice. They have the shares outstanding actual value, because I just keep using 51333. I mean, this is down to the exact share amount. That's cool. So I'm going to save that on my page, and I'm going to probably take a look more in depth into that over the weekend. The real in-depth stuff I have to kind of tend to leave for the weekend, just simply because of the fact that it does take me so long. With ADD, it takes me so long to go through reading material. I have to sometimes read it 2, 3, 4 times in a row just to make sure I understand it completely. The price is still looking fairly good. We're still on an uptick here. We did have that short correction, and then you know, the stair-stepping ladder back up. You can definitely see we tested 32.26. You can see them attacking the price back down, trying to push it underneath that $32 range. Let's look at inflow versus outflow. If it'll pop up. My goodness, that's taking forever. Let me make sure I'm okay here. Let's see. I'm gonna check my make sure my network's clear here. It does seem to be. Okay. My network is clear. I should actually have better streaming. Now that the kids are back in school, I should have better streaming during most of the day today. We'll see what ends up happening, but where are we going to move with this? Let's see. Let's see if we can figure out what's going to happen here. When in doubt, scroll out or zoom out. Just looking for patterns right now. I see, you know, this, you might be able to look at this and say an inverted shoulder head shoulder, which could indicate a price increase incoming. Obviously, we're already having it. But there are some flyers out here. The head doesn't look really. I mean, it's more of a point instead of a flat top, which is okay. I think that's fine. But I mean, you do have this point here that spiked up instead of leveling out. It's possible to make that identifier out of this pattern that would explain why it is that the price is this indicator is indicating why the price is going up. If we can get another one of these down portions, we might be able to draw an ascending parallel path. Because I could definitely, I think I can pretty much like take these points here, and then I could probably put it like that and just say that there's probably likely a peak that's gonna hit a second point that'll touch up here. So I'll go ahead and leave that up there like that. There we go. This is a bearish signal, so when it does break out of this, it will break out going down. However, at this point in time, we're still looking pretty strong on the upwards movement. The next level of resistance is going to be $32.81. Looks like there is a buy wall, or a sell wall rather, sorry, at 2.3 or 32.5 with 2.3 thousand shares. The inflow versus outflow is almost dead even from when I refreshed it recently. GME is up about 2%. We're up about 2%, so we're pretty close to the same. I wonder if we look the same. Theirs is a little different looking. Theirs looks more like an N instead of a sideways Z. Here's our Zorro. If I could turn this like 90 degrees. Doge is down 7%. And they were at a high of 29 cents per coin, and now they're down to 26. Cinemark is down 1.42%. Amazon is down 0.39%, and Robinhood is about $1 away from their opening price, which they are down 4.24% for the day. Just checking Reddit right now to see if there's any new conversation that is being had. So, I was just kind of watching the order to book in the corner of my eye as I was looking through Reddit, and I was noticing a bunch of those single-digit shares popping up over here. And since you guys kind of seem to like this scene a little bit, I'm going to pull it back over here and see if you just watch it here for a minute. There was a double digit of 10. There's a 4. We'll see if another one pops up here. You know, these are short ladder attacks. There's a 1. 6. So they're definitely trying to manipulate the price down. volume is at 12 million shares traded after 30 minutes. 9 minutes. It's 9 o'clock my time. So less than half a million shares a minute on average, but we're still averaging above 250 per minute. So basically, we just had a low volume period for a couple minutes, like 3 minutes so far today. 3 or 4 minutes. But I would say that we're still on a good pace to try and hit 100 million shares, or very close to it. Wow. This is just getting better and better. They are now at 5.07 million shares borrowed for the day today. Some hefty borrowing going on. I mean, super hefty. Remember, guys, we started out this morning with utilization basically telling us that there was only 7 million shares left to borrow. And now they're at 5.07, which is nearly the entire amount. Utilization is going to be near 100% if there's not more shares added by tomorrow. Because, yeah, if we're at if we jump up from 107 million shares on loan up to 100 and what did I say, 5 million more, so 112 million, there's only going to be like 2 million shares left to borrow. So they're going to have to add some more to get especially to get the utilization down from like, I don't know what that would be. Let me do some math and see, but that's probably damn near like 98%, I would imagine. Yeah, 98.2%. Interesting. Can you imagine jumping up from 93% to 98% utilization? That's nutty. I want to see where we've had that before. Have we ever gone from like 92% straight up? Right here, we had a 95 and it jumped almost straight up to 100% in 8 days. It went from 95% to 100%. Here was an immediate spike up from 88% to 100% in December 9th to December 10th, one day. This is a pretty huge spike up here, but it took more time. Here's a spike up from 81% up to 94% in, what is it, 2 days? Yeah. I would say that day over day, the spike up that we'll see in utilization is going to be pretty intense. Going into probably Friday and Monday. Monday will probably really see the biggest differences. I might have to do options again. I don't, it's so tempting. I'm just curious. I just want to look and see. You guys don't base anything on what I'm doing. I just want to see what options are casting right now for next Friday, based off of what's currently being quoted. And I will select for the 20th of August. No. Yes. 20th August. If you were to do I feel like conservatively, $40 is not bad because it's 70 cents at that point. So $70 essentially to buy one option at 40. but you can knock that price down in half if you go to 48. So in other words, you could buy 2 for 48 versus 1 at 40. The question is do we make 48 though by next Friday? Let's look at options real quick here. Just because I'm on it, we did break out of this channel. We are testing $31.99. It looks like we fell below it. Let's see if we remain below there. I'm gonna pull up options here. I kind of want to see. I want to see what next week's options are looking like right now. I've only done options once ever. Just as a disclaimer to you guys, so don't be taking anything that I'm saying as a source of good information. I'm having to log in right now. The strongest support right now in the options is around $35 for next week. At the $48 strike price, there's hardly any purchased, but there is a decent amount purchased at 80. It seems to me like you'd want to. What is the price on the 80? 80 is like 14. I don't know. Yeah, 14 cents. So it cost you 14 bucks. What would be the returns on that though? Let's say that it hit. Let's say it hit 120. We'll say somewhere between 80 and 120. That's actually some pretty decent money. Let's see what would be if it was what I was going to do though. Let's say I did 48. 2 options at 48. And we hit the same numbers. It's about the same. So you could buy 1 option for 80 or 2 options for 48, and the returns look to be roughly around the same amounts. The difference is that 2 options at 48 is going to cost you 140 bucks, versus the 1 option at 80 is only going to cost you $14. So that's the big difference. Interesting. Very interesting. Since I got the options already pulled up here, let's go ahead and update the information that I have. The strongest amount of volume currently is stemming around $32 for the calls. That's down from 35. So some people are wanting to make some money today, it looks like. Those seem conservative. 6.6. Around the puts is 30, still set at 30, and they've got 5.8. So the spread is about $2. That's a pretty low spread between the calls and the puts on strike prices for the most amount of volume. Do notice that there's a huge amount of call options just trailing at 33. Pretty large sum at 34, another large sum at 35. So there's a good ladder here of volume, stepping up from 32 all the way up to 35. I mean, hell, at $40, there's the open interest is got a pretty decent amount of volume as well. Okay, we've definitely broken out of this channel. Broken out of this channel, but possibly into another one? Let's see if it rebounds off of this. If it rebounds off of, let's say, about 3183. If we rebound off of about 3183 and push past 3199, there's a chance we could continue to move up. If not, then it'll probably consolidate in here and then kind of break down some more. When I say in here, I'm talking about 31.99, somewhere between the price value as time goes up. It'll be 31.85. Up, it'll keep crawling up all the way until these two lines intersect, and then at some point break down. So it's gonna need to break out past 31.99 to continue to stay in this channel here. This parallel channel that I have going on, ascending parallel channel. We are trading above the VWAP, which is just ever so slightly below where we're at currently. Let's check our inflow versus outflow. I would expect inflow to be beating outflow, and it's not. What is up with that? That is so weird, man. This stock is just so not. It's so back-asswards. 95 inflow to 100 outflow, and yet the price is up 1%. It makes no sense. We are pushing past $32. We need to see a continuous push past this. At 32.10, there's a sell wall at 15,000 shares. So there's definitely some resistance awaiting for us on the other side of 32. Ah, nuts. Well, one of my I'm not going to say with who. This is why I never bring up names, because I don't want anybody to go after the people who I'm potentially going to interview. But one of the interviews that I had to confirm whether or not they could talk with me, as there could be legal ramifications for them talking to me, and they're gonna not be able to talk to me, unfortunately. So that sucks, but it is what it is. They've got to take care of them, their families first and stuff like that. It's when it comes to making your money and whatnot, you're you gotta put your family first, and there's just no doubt about that. So. Let me see here. So we still are keeping it just above 32. That's good. We're kind of driving past that value. We need to stay above that to stay in this channel here. Eventually, though, this will come back down and break outside of this channel. And typically it happens, I see it happen most often when it gets to these points of resistance. You'll see the resistance come into play, and it'll start to consolidate down in between. It'll bounce between levels of resistance and the lower level of support, which is the lower level of the ascending channel. So it'll just kind of do this like sine wave kind of thing as it kind of intensifies down to the point, and then and then that's when it'll break out down. So if we can stay above this level of support here, we might tend to see this to continue back upwards again, and consolidate to this next level. And then that'll be the trick, is to push through 3281 next. That wall at 3210 is gone. I'll tell you what, the one thing that I will say about not being able to have that interview with that person is that with their technical background, knowing that and from my perspective, knowing that there's people inside of the Reddit community who have the technical background that they have, really allows me to feel much better about who the people are that I'm surrounding myself with. It makes me feel good about knowing that our community is filled with smart people who know things. I mean, you really don't have to go that far, right? I could just pull this up over here and show you plenty of examples where there's smart money invested into this, right? And you just come back over here and you just start looking at some of the companies who are investing into this, and you can see where there's plenty of smart money in here. So it's not any surprise to me that we have smart people, retail investors, who are in this as well. Um, you know, I think everybody who gets involved in this knows that there's smart money here. So when they talk about this being a meme investment of dumb money, it's not just dumb money. There's some really smart money here. I wish I could say it was just us apes, but we're not alone. There's plenty of other people who want to play in on this. Speaking of 13Fs, I had to check to see. Okay, there's no new. Oh, there is a new 13F. State of Wisconsin Investment Board. 242,800 shares, with an average share price of $33.44. Wow. There's a lot of money involved in this, guys. A lot of money. We are definitely not the only ones involved. Retail investors. The blood is in the water. Every time I look at this Fintel report of all the companies who are investing into AMC, I see it as chum. To me, it just looks like a bunch of chum just being thrown into the water, trying to reel in the sharks. It's insane. Okay, so they are trying to short this back down to 31.99. So there is some resistance here. Okay, here it goes. This might be the breakout right here. Maybe, maybe not. It wants to. 95 to 100. That's just so insane. Let me refresh it again and see where we're at now. 109 to 111. Okay, so it's tightening up a little bit here, but it's still more outflow than inflow. Redonkulous. I'm gonna check my Twitter real quick. I didn't hardly check it at all yesterday. I went to go check it at the end of the day yesterday, and I was just like, my gosh, there's so much. I was just scrolling forever. I'm not even subscribed to hardly anybody. There's just so much. It's like you just got to go to the top on this and then just decide how far down you're going to go. Okay, I have an answer for True Demon. He posted something. He says, "My question is, how did we increase shares and loan by 20%, 20 million, and yet utilization barely moved by 4% and never above 95%?" Okay, so I have your answer. Shares available to lend increased by about 4 million. But the eye candy to this is that while available shares to lend increased to 114 million, they've already borrowed 5 million of those today as of writing this. And that's actually gone down. It's at 4.95, but close enough. Because it went from 5.07 to 4.95. So we're still well over what we were at yesterday. They borrowed 3.12 million shares yesterday. We're now at 4.95 today. 19.17% short share interest. Let me see if I understand this. This Ragnar Eriksson on Twitter put, retail owns 80% of the float. How is that possible? Oh, retail owns 80% of the float? I don't know how they come up with that number. Institutions own 31% of the float, and there are over 100,000 shares on loan. Well, I don't know how he knows how much we own of the float. We can guesstimate pretty closely as to when we know how much institution owns. Institution owns 116.4 million. Let's do some math. 116.4 million. We already identified that there's about, we'll just roughly say 2 million shares owned by insiders. And then what else do we know? There's 107 million shares on loan. So that's 225.4 million shares total. And if you subtract the total outstanding amount of shares, you get 287.9 million shares remaining. 287.9. That's 56%, so I'm not sure how he comes up with the 80% of the float, unless that was something that Adam Aaron said. So I'm not really sure if how that works out. But you know, we know that there's, I mean, we already know from based on some of the other numbers that were from the SATEC, you know, that there's 2.37 at a bare minimum outstanding shares out there. You know, I got 2.185 based off those numbers, plus institutions, plus insiders, and that's 2.37 outstanding shares, billion shares. So at a very bare minimum, I really believe that it's a 4 million or 4 billion or greater. Okay, yeah. So that's what, you know, that's what I was thinking. Adam Aaron must have said something about them owning 80% of the float. I'm gonna go by Weeble's float calculation because I think that their calculation is probably accurate. I have a feeling that a lot of the, like Yahoo and a lot of these other places are not picking up the correct float. I believe that those are what is it now? 511 million shares are the actual float. So if you were to say 80% of that, that'd be 408 million shares. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you cut these numbers. There's over two. In my opinion, there's over 4 billion, but I can definitely say for 100% fact there's over 2 billion. So it really doesn't matter what these numbers are. They're pointless to crunch. Okay, so we're definitely outside this this ascending parallel channel. This almost looks like a shoulder head shoulder, except for the fact that it's like kind of tilted, and these shoulders are not lined up. So I can't really base anything off of that. Just looking for patterns to see where we're gonna go. Nothing's standing out to me right now. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is right down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, it is right down the middle. It's a gangster shoulder. I'm not seeing any specific pattern. honestly, it looks like we're kind of we're slowing down in volume, right? Look at the volume down here. As I pull it off to the side, you can see we were trading really nicely at 200 and over 250,000 shares. So we really want to be above the line that I've got right here. Can I create a line on that? I don't even know if I can do this or not. Let me try. It won't let me. It'd be cool if I could create like a line that I wanted to show in here. Can I? Wait, nope, it won't let me right click either. That's a good suggestion. Anyways, 250,000 shares is what we want to try to keep it above, and there's the line right there. I got it on 250. So you can see that we kind of passed that number just a little bit after 10. Like the averages just kind of fell down below that. The VMA dropped below that value. We touched down on it earlier in the morning, and then kind of volume rose. Morning coin. And then volume's just kind of been dropping off ever since. So this is where we kind of get into that point to where, you know, like we had enough volume to make it look like we were going to hit 100 million today. But ultimately, you know, once things start to level off, that's where total volume is going to start looking more like that 50 to 70 million shares traded for the day today. So this is where we move into like a dead period, honestly. I'll tell you what, guys. I've said this before. I've told you guys that living life is important. Family comes first. I know I've said those things. Today is my wife's first day off of work, and you know, maybe I should go spend some time. I don't feel like there's going to be. I think there was a general consensus from our group of moderators today that the price was going to end somewhere between 28.5 with a high of possibly 34. That's not a whole lot of movement. There's not a whole lot going on. There's not a whole lot that I can tell you about what's going on. It might be a good time for me to go take a little bit of break and come back. I'll of course leave everything running and have this up here and then come back from time to time. And of course I'm going to close out the day with you guys. I wouldn't miss that. I got to be here for the closing. Yeah, I'm with you, Coin. Today is just kind of a sideways trading day. And there's a good reason for it. If the hedge funds can keep the price low, they keep all those options, right? Let's look at those options one more time here. They're going to keep a lot of this volume of options that are in the money at 32, 33, 34, and 35. They're going to keep those out of the money, which is really what they want to do. They want to try and keep those out of the money as much as possible. So they're going to try pretty hard to try and keep this price where it's at. And it's going to cost them. It's going to cost them dearly. They've already borrowed 4.95 million shares today. Coin, you just got here, man. You got to see this. This is nutty. I haven't seen a number like this in I can't tell you how long. 4.95 million shares borrowed for today. Current SI, short share interest on the free float, 19.17%. These numbers are big, guys. Super, super big. I know I'm sitting here telling you nothing's really going to happen today. What's happening is in the background. Everything that's happening is happening in the background. It's not meant for you to see what's happening. But these numbers right here tell me something's costing these guys tons of money right now to try and keep this balanced to where it favors them. So don't be mistaken in the fact. I mean, we jumped from like 100 and what was 105? We jumped 2.2 million shares on loan in one day. They are struggling. They are struggling hard to try and keep this down where it's at, and it's costing them dearly. And so, you know, today's live stream name is Fearless. This is our time where we get to, you know, as we had that interview with my mom, my ape mom, yesterday. This is the time where we get to ride our motorcycle around, ride our fake motorcycle. All of our pieces of our parts of our motorcycle have been delivered. We're putting our motorcycle together, and it's time to ride. This is it. We just ride this. We are trading underneath the VWAP. We were positive just a little bit ago with an inflow that was lower than the outflow, which was crazy. Yeah, let's just see what happens. So I will probably come back. I'm gonna take extended time away today. I'll leave for a little while, come back. I will definitely be back. I don't know how long I'll be gone for, but I'll definitely try to be back by 2 o'clock at the very latest. To be here for the end of the last hour of the day. If something drastic happens, if obviously I'll have my phone with me, and I can always comment in the comment section, and comment from there and talk about what's going on. But I will definitely leave the live stream running. A couple objectives that I have for having this show is to be able to provide people with a source of being able to see information. If I'm not going to be here for you guys, I'm at least, at the very least, going to be able to provide the order to level book on the side there. I can minimize Ortex. I don't know if it updates. I've never tried this before. We can test it and see what happens. Let's see if I can find a way to put Ortex up here so that you guys can see the information on how many shares are being borrowed and short share interest. Where's that data at? There we go. Come on, get a little bit bigger. I have to find a way to make this show up. Can I just click on this? No, I can't click on it. Actually, I know how to do this. I don't even know why I'm being stupid about it. Watch this. You guys are gonna like this one. Well, I think putting it down the left-hand side would probably be the best. Okay, give me a second here. I'm gonna work on the page a little bit. I'm gonna add a screen to this, and it will give us the information live. Hopefully, updates. I think it does update on its own. I always go into it and refresh the screen just because I feel like sorry, I can't do two things at once. Display capture. If it gets wonky, guys, I apologize. Just ignore the channel for just a minute, just because it's gonna get messy here. It's gonna get crazy. Let's see, edit. Okay, you're gonna be watching me edit here. I think that's not what I want. I'll try to move it to the. Somehow I have to change it. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Maybe I put it just kind of like that. And then I'm not really good at modifying this. There's got to be a way to crop this. Oh, let's see if that works. I know this is looking crazy to you guys. Let's see if that. I guess that kind of works for you guys. I mean, for the time being, just to try and get something on there that you guys can see. Yeah, that'll work. All right, that should do it for you guys. So it'll leave you the ability to be able to see the stock price with Ortex in the bottom left-hand corner. It's a little messy. I can fix this up later on off hours, but to leave you with something so that you can at least see it, that's what I'm going to do. But of course, if I switch to something so that I can see you guys, you're going to see something different. Yeah, I don't know how to draw a box, unfortunately. I don't know how to. I'm really bad at. I don't have any kind of. I've learned everything I've learned about using OBS just on my own. I'm not sure how to. Is there a way to draw a box? I feel like there should be a way to just capture like a specific portion of the screen, but I'm just not sure how to do it. If you walk me through it, I can probably figure it out. But that seems to make sense to me. What you're saying, like draw a box about around the image that you want to capture, but I'm not sure how to do that. But I think what I have gives you what you need. I could crop it for sure by adding a filter. Let's just leave that like that is for now, and I'll try experimenting with it later. I'll look up a YouTube video or something in the off hours and figure out how to put that up there. So then in case I ever want to throw up Ortex in the, it'd be nice to be able to just have Ortex running on the screen constantly. I don't even have to pull it up all the time for you guys. It's just always there. Holy crap, are we really back to 516, 5.16 million share? Okay, let's add that back in here. 5.16, so that is up from 4.1 or 4.95. All right, that's how I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna obviously minimize this screen, and I will see you guys at 5. Let me just put that down in the box down here so that everybody knows. Give me 1 second here. Sorry. Cool. And I guess I'll have to leave it off to the side like it is so that you guys can see it. It's a little janky. Let's see, disclosure. I can get rid of my disclosure. Since I'm not talking about my disclosure, I can get rid of it. Cool. I'll get rid of that. I'll get rid of my face, and there we go. This is how it's going to look while I'm gone, just like so. I will. Let's see. It does look like we might have a. It's short. It's a short ladder attack right now. They're just shorting the stock down. So I'm going to leave it over here. I do believe that as the price the way I have Webull set up, as the price moves along, it will update and move with it, I believe, except for if it goes up or down. I think it does follow to the right and left. So, you know, I'll try and come back and modify it. Do know that we're going to go run some errands, so we'll probably be out and about. But it does look like we bounced off of $31.10 and are heading back up 31.34. So all these yellow lines are going to be your levels of resistance and support, except for this one. This is your VWAP. That's your your volume weighted average. So, you know, watch that. That is something that we want to be trading over. That's a good indicator once we start trading over that. Obviously, the order flow, inflow and outflow, does not update unless I switch to another stock, so that's not current. What else? Volume 21.14 million. If you were to just take the average pace that we're at right now, we're an hour and 15 minutes roughly. 21. If we just take 21 divided by 75, multiply that by 390 minutes for a trading day, you come up with 109 million. Like I said before, though, the pace is dramatically dropping off. Unless something happens to the price so where it starts to shoot up really quick and draws in more people, investors, to come in and buy, we probably won't be seeing 100 million shares for the day. It'll probably end up being something closer to like 70 to 80 million. So have fun, guys. I'll be back. If you guys want to write me messages, I can be here for that. You know, like I'll check in on an occasion and I'll write back to you guys because I will have my phone on me. So good luck to my admins on price for the day today. Currently, the only people who are not in contention of getting a point is Eric. No, yeah, Eric's even in the money in a tally point position. Weird. This in between this blue line and this purple line right here, everybody's in contention of getting a tally point. Anything outside of those two lines, and then people start losing points. Kind of crazy. Okay, guys. I'll see you towards the end of the day today, and I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, if something crazy happens, I'll come back. Peace. Okay, I'm back. This didn't hold up well here, did it? Let's see here. Let's get rid of Vortex. Let's put back on the disclaimer in my video. And let's fix this. Let's see what we're actually looking at here. Nice. 3410. Very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. I think Eric might be the only one in contention for a point right now. Yeah, Eric's the only one in contention for a point. So, volume 58.67 million shares traded. We did break out, like I had said, earlier than anticipated. It was probably, it looks like it was right around 11:58, so it was about little less than an hour. It was about 50 minutes before I thought it might break out of that triangle, and it did break out up. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete the triangle there. So that was good. It was good to see that nice little breakout. I was a little worried when I was watching remotely. I saw this formation happening right here, which looked like a head, shoulders, head, which I was afraid that it was going to be a down indicator and that it would continue down past 31.99, but it didn't. It actually reversed and continued to move up for the day. So we're seeing a lot of nice stair-stepping action up. 3410 is still higher than our 31.37 that we had for a high from yesterday, so I'm marking that down, 34.10. We are now at a 16% increase from the previous decrease of down to 29.40. Let me just verify my information and make absolute certain that that is as low as we went. Was it 29.40? Yeah, 29.40 was the low. Okay, that was yesterday, and from that low, we have recovered 16% at 34.10. Obviously, we're not at 34.10 right now, but that's how much we've gone up by. So at this point, what I would start doing at 34.10, I would start tracking down prices unless we continue to go back up. But you know, for right now, what I'm going to do is just start counting. Looks like we hit a level of resistance at 34.12, so that's why it bounced back down there here. Let's see. I don't see a specific channel that I can mark off unless I did something along the lines of this. And it's just gonna encompass kind of like this most current channel right here. So like none of this would count right here. It's just gonna be these two touch points and these two touch points right here. So we're still on a channel, an ascending parallel channel. An ascending parallel channel will cause a bearish flag, which means that it's going to break out at some point going down. Again, typically speaking, you see things like your levels of resistance. You'll bump into those, and when it hits those and consolidates down to that point, that's when you'll see the breakout, typically speaking. Not always, but typically. Let's look at some of our other indicators, since we got to catch up. We have an hour here to catch up. It is the power hour as of right now. 250,000 shares available to borrow with 3.1 million in ETFs. There is, I don't know why I decided to go down and look. Let's see how many shares have been borrowed. I did have a beer, so I'm on a one beer buzz. 18.92% current short share interest on the free float, with a 3.5 million shares borrowed for the day today. That is down from earlier. It's been kind of all over the place. It was as high as 5.16 earlier this morning, but is now down to 3.5. Still an amazing amount of shares borrowed for the day today. That's pretty high. That'll put us at 100 and if that translates over correctly to tomorrow, that would be 111 shares on loan. And I believe this morning when I did the calculations that it was only 114, so it'll put us about 4 million away from being maxed out, which should put our utilization really high. The only thing that would change that is if they allowed more shares to be lent. So the way we figure that is we take our 107.51 shares on loan divided by the current utilization, which is 0.9392, and that gives us 114 point, basically 114.5 million shares that are available to loan, with 107 of them lent out already. So there's only basically 7 million shares left, and we borrowed 3.5 of them today. So put another 3.5 to 4 tomorrow, and you're looking at 100% utilization. Again, the only thing that changes that is additional shares being found, maybe is the right terminology, being brokered into lendable positions. That's probably the best way to say it. Did you guys have a nice break? Did you guys walk away from this and you know, kind of relax a little bit and not really kind of care too much? I'm hoping that my absence meant that maybe you might have had an absence as well. And sometimes it's nice to get a little breather. Not that you need it, but it is nice to get away sometimes. Let's see, what else we need to look at? We need to look at options. Let me see if I'm still logged in here. I doubt it. I'm really liking my gains for the day today. They look nice. I haven't seen gains like that in my account in a while. Seems like a while. Let's go here. Let's go here. Before we look at the options, since it's really easy to just pull up from the options page. Wow, we slipped down the list on trending stocks. So let's see where we're at here. Oops. There we go. I need to move this vortex down. There we go. Okay, so we moved down the list a little bit. Earlier this morning, we were in second on the page, and we have moved down to fifth on the page. Our buy to sell ratio is 55 to 45%. 55% buys over 45% sells. That's a close enough ratio for me to say that there's possibly people who are selling shares, more people who might be selling shares than there was people buying. I'm reading this article. Reddit valued at 10 billion in new funding round. That's odd. I don't know why that has to do with AMC. I know that Pepe had talked about Clove earlier this morning. That is up on the list. It's the third highest, but it's got a 50-50 buy to sell ratio. You know, we can. I decided we'll take a look at it here just to take a look at it. I think, did I pull it up earlier? No, it's not on my list. I pulled up mRNA. So this is a health company. We'll come out to the 30-minute interval. Actually, let's pull out to an hour. Let's pull out today. Okay, so it had a huge spike up back in about June when we did. And like I said before, this has been one of those meme stock rides that supposedly in the past it was considered to be a distractor from some of the other stocks that people were buying into. So if we went back here, you see this is, I think, yeah, January is probably this one right here. Oh, it looks like it squoze before, or maybe that's not a squeeze, but it actually had a price increase from 10.35 up to about 17 back in December. And then during the January squeeze, it looks like it had this little peak here. So it dropped down from price increase in December, and then had that peak up, but nothing massive like AMC or GME did. And then it fell way back down. And then when we had a squeeze in June, they had what looks to be like a squeeze as well. But again, from everything I had been reading back in January, everybody was saying that Clove and BB were both distractors by hedge funds in order to get people to not invest in GME. So I went ahead and bought 2 shares of GME at the time. But I was buying the shares at like $325 a share. And then I moved over. I was waiting for funds to transfer or settle on some mutual funds that I had sold, and waited for that money. And while I was waiting for that money, I was doing more investigating and saw that AMC seemed to be a much better buy, and so that's what I went with. And I didn't even come close to touching Clove. BB was something I did look at as well back then. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have an RSI of 67.38, which is a bit on the high side. On a 5-minute interval, we have an RSI of 59.96. Our inflow versus outflow is 430 to 402, so 28-point spread. That's actually really decent looking. It looks like we broke out of the ascending parallel channel. It looks like we touched 3410 earlier, and then when I created the parallel channel, we were on our way back up, but then we had a reversal. So I almost want to call this a double top, but it's not quite. Almost. And so here we are. We're just now breaking outside of the channel. Hard to say how much further down it's going to come. Even though I know that we consider this the power hour, I really feel like the first 45 minutes is all is not ours to own. It really seems like it's the last 15 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this channel. And we'll take a look at those options. Now, I haven't looked at this since I left earlier this morning, so there's going to be quite a bit of change. So if you'll recall, $32 was the highest amount of volume for the call options. It's now $34, which makes sense, right? Because what are we trading at now? We're at 33.68. That kind of makes some sense because these don't expire until tomorrow. So if they believe that we can get up to that price, it makes a lot of sense to have a strike price. It's going to make money for people. So 33.2 thousand at 34. On the put side, we have 43,000 shares at 31. So that's actually increased from 30 to 31, and a lot of pressure there to get it, a lot of volume to get it down there. That's, in my opinion, that's a lot of volume, honestly. I feel like there's a lot of people betting against AMC right now, based on those puts. Compared to what we normally see, that's a lot. It's interesting. So the way I'm looking at it, though, is that we have like 4 really big amounts for the calls. 2 of them are already in the money at 32 and 33. 34 and 35 aren't in the money, but have the first and second largest amounts. So I would say that means that there's reason to believe that there's people who think that this price can get to at least 34 to 35 by the end of this week. But on the other hand, you have very little open interest at $31, and all of a sudden a huge amount of volume coming in at 31. Whereas most of the open interest used to be around 30, with only half the amount of volume today coming in at $30, in contrast to where it's at right now. So that looks bullish to me for tomorrow. I mean, just based on what I'm seeing in the options. Let's see, what else should we look at here? 16.4. Institutional holdings is 116.4 million shares. Let's see if we have any new 13Fs filed. So far, we only had 2 for the day. Oh, wow. There's a lot. Okay, I'll pull it over and we can check it out. So, state of Wisconsin we saw earlier today. There was another one that I couldn't pronounce, and I don't see. Here it is, right here. I think exponents. So those 2 we saw earlier today. So the new ones are Manufacturers Life Insurance Company. So there's a life insurance company that's pulling out. They bought 235,000 shares. The Bank of Nova Scotia sold off their position of, looks like 42,492 shares. But you know, this purchase by the Manufacturers Life Insurance Company outdoes that by plenty. Simplex Trading has a put and call, but they have more puts than they do calls. But they have a long position of 1.5 million shares that they bought. So they have a huge put of 14.2 options. See, that'd be 14.2 thousand options. That's a lot of options. In my opinion, that's a lot of options. They hedged it with 4,400. It looks like, I can't tell exactly what the strike prices are on these. I don't think. I've never tried to. I am curious though. I wonder if it actually says. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way. I'll have to do some investigating to see if there's a way to figure out what that is. It'd be interesting to see. Anyways, Advisory Service Network bought 1,000 shares. Bracebridge Capital bought that's a put. They bought 1,000 share put, so that's a 100 options. Let's see. Wait a minute, am I saying that wrong? 1, 2, 3. That's 142,000 options. I'm saying that wrong because you have to take off 2 zeros. Oh wow, this put is not for 14,218. It's for 142,000 options. That's a lot of options. I was just realizing I did my math wrong because when you drop off 2 zeros off of it, this is actually only 10 options right here. This put for Bainbridge, or Bracebridge rather. Legal and General Group PLC bought 112,000 shares. SG American Securities bought 23,000 shares. JP Morgan and Chase Company bought 1.2 million and a call option, 1,832 call contracts. We saw this one. Bank of America had a put and a call, but it looks like they closed out their positions. So when it's in red like this, it should be a closed out position. So I don't know. It doesn't really look like it's saying. It looks like the cost basis for the put was higher than the cost basis for the call. So I would assume that they had a higher. It looks like they may have covered their put position for Bank of Montreal. HBK Source Advisory bought 9,596 shares. Groundswell Capital bought 4,605. Abion Financial Group bought 52. Bank of Montreal, Canada bought 20,000 shares. So So it looks like they had a higher put than call, and then they ended up buying 20,792 shares. So it looks like maybe they're trying to reverse the losses that they may have had from the put by going long. And then Samalian Investment Council bought 480 shares. Ugh, I feel out of breath after talking all that. It doesn't help that I just had a bunch of sweet tea. Let's check out Citadel. Oh, Citadel, oh, Citadel. Where are you sending my money? Where are you sending my money, Citadel? I'm not getting any updates showing up on Fintel currently. I don't think I'm looking at the right information here. One second. There we go. Eight, 9. Yeah, so we haven't had any new filings from them since 8-9, so it's been a few days. Again, like I said before, their SPAC investments have decreased over time. Let me see if I can zoom out here just a little bit. I think I feel like I'm seeing something maybe on a. If I zoom out a little bit, what we might have here is a little bit of a consolidation period from a flagpole, and so we're possibly having a pennant formation happening. I don't really have enough data points on the bottom side to really draw like a good solid pennant. We could go something like this, and man, that really looks like the end of the day today. Like a breakout towards the end of the day today. Of course, this if I'm going to draw it off this bottom part right here, it would have to be off these 2 points, these 2 last points right here. But it could look a little something like this. And if we were to do a breakout like 15 minutes before and 15 minutes before that, the breakout should be right around this box. And this should be a bullish breakout, so it should break out above through this box here. So going into the last 15 minutes of the trading day, like as we go into that, it's probably gonna, you'll see it like, hopefully my hope is that what'll happen is it'll come through this box here and then kind of break out right through the end of the box maybe. So let's watch for that. This does look like it's a little off. We're gonna run with it. It's pretty close. I feel like it really should be like this. And if that's the case, then it would actually push the box back a little. To something like this. Which is actually is breaking out of now. it's a poor formation. I'm trying to make a pennant out of something from a 5 minute interval, and it's really hard to it's the pennant really should be forming a lot longer than that because the time from the base of the flagpole to the top of the flagpole should be the how long the pennant runs for. So that would be a total of 1300 to 1500, 13, 14, so 2 hours. So 2 hours from basically 1500, it was 1700, which would be like right out here somewhere. So this pennant should, if this was a proper pennant, it should come out to here. So it may not actually hit the pennant correctly. Yeah, and as it looks like it's dropping down below. I think that this is probably what your pennant should. This is, if this was a proper pennant formation, this is what it would probably look like. Something along the lines of this. 18 degrees, 32, right about here. And then this box would move again. Something like that. 1745 would be here. Something like that. But it's not doing what it's supposed to already, so I don't know. Let's see if it continues to stay in this and ride this out. I'm gonna keep it there and see what happens. This should be a bullish pennant, which means that it would be breaking out, going upwards. And so to see this down here means that I'm probably trying to make something out of something that doesn't exist. It's not really a proper. The pennant probably should have formed back here in this region. Like this would have been the pennant right here. But then we just had more price increase, and now it's just correcting. I'm still gonna keep it up there though. I learned from my mistakes. And I do think that there's additional manipulation that's occurring to the price just before, when we're at 14. Anyway, yeah, and we're in like the perfect time frame right now for price manipulation moving into the end of the day. So they're definitely going to try and get us down further here if they suspect the last 15 minutes to be a fight. So we'll probably come back down here and test like 32.98 before the end of the day, more than likely. I could see that happening. Let's see. What's been said today? Like, I have no idea. Let's see. News. Is there any news out right now? I'm not really seeing anything. I don't see any big news. I'm checking Reddit. Okay, so this is good. If you want to research something, I've never seen this before. This is Niox. Let's see here. Good afternoon, Mr. Ginsler. Got an additional one for you. Somebody's not reporting how much volume went through at 3:08 p.m. That managed to counteract our bull run today and even broke through the Bollinger Band. I don't know if I have a. I'm not even sure what a Bollinger Band is, and that makes me want to look it up and find out what that is. And why. So is this currently what we look like? Is that where we're at right now? I think it is. Yeah. Like I said, if what they're saying is what I'm seeing, this definitely looks like heavy manipulation right now because it's not really. To me, it looks like it should be falling like this pennant formation here. And if there's additional manipulation causing it to do something other than what would potentially look to be like something normal, some consolidation in order for the price to allow to head back on up again. Let me look up and see what a Bollinger Band is because I'm not sure. The basics of a Bollinger Bands. Let's see if we've got it here in the, yep. I think that's it. Is this it? Yep, there it is right there. Okay, so we got additional lines on the page to deal with here. Here's the breakout that they're talking about below the Bollinger Band here. So you've got what appears to be an upper, a mid, and a lower. And I guess the band would be something in between either of those. But we were breaking out above the Bollinger Band on this side over here, so why it couldn't break down on the bottom side, I don't know. But let's read about it. Let's see what it is here. The basics of a Bollinger Band. In the 1980s, John Bollinger, a longtime technician of markets, developed the techniques of using moving average with two trading bands above and below it. Unlike a percentage calculation from a normal moving average, Bollinger Bands simply add and subtract a standard deviation calculation. Oh, I love standard deviations. I really do. Standard deviation is a mathematical formula that measures volatility, showing how the stock price can vary from its true value. By measuring price volatility, Bollinger Bands adjust themselves to market conditions. This is what makes them so handy for traders. They can find almost all the price data needed between the two bands. So let's go into it some more. So those are the two bands that I'm assuming the upper and the lower. Understanding a Bollinger Band. Bollinger Bands consist of a center line and two price channels. Bands, quote unquote bands, above and below it. The center line is the exponential moving average. The price channels are the standard deviations of the stock being studied. Where is our VWAP? Where's our VWAP line on here? That should be on here somewhere. Where is that at? Oh, is it this one right here? No, that's our lower band. Do I have to zoom out to see it? Oh yeah, it's way down there. Okay, interesting. Okay, continuing on. Notice the bands are way wide right now. Look how wide the band is. What does that mean? Let's see here. To me, that would mean, okay, so since I know a little something about standard deviations, when you have a massive change, look how thin the band is right here. You have a really thin band, which means that there's not a whole lot of room for standard deviation, meaning like the price isn't really probably varying by very much, which means that it's not going to deviate within a very wide range. It's not likely to based on the amount of trading that's going on. So as you would see the upper start to rise and the lower start to go down, to me, just understanding how standard deviation works, that means that there's a lot more volatility happening. So you're seeing much wider price swings on what I guess would be the bid and the ask side. Now, I'm not 100% certain, so I'm going to continue to read on and see if I'm understanding it correctly. The center line is the exponential moving average. The price channels are the standard deviations of the stock being studied. The bands will expand and contract as the price action of an issue becomes volatile. Expansion becomes bound into a tight trading pattern. Contraction. Okay, so if it's volatile, expansion, like I just said. So the more volatile you have a price, then you're going to see the standard deviation become wider because your standard deviation is supposed to be able to encompass your third standard deviations should encompass like 99 point some. What do I have? I think I have it up here. 99 point. Do I have? I don't. Oh, I do have it up here. I always forget the percentage. It's such a small percentage. It's 99.9 or 99.7% of all your data is supposed to be within your third standard deviations, your first, second, and third standard deviations. So I think it's actually a lower number than 99.7, but I think that's just kind of a rough number. But anyways, so as it gets more volatile, all of your data should be able to be inside those 3 standard deviations. If there's not, you have something kind of crazy that's happening. It means you have they're called outliers. And outliers are uncontrolled things you cannot plan for. They're events that you cannot control. And so a lot of times what those are things that they could be a sign of manipulation. You know, you could, if you had data points that were way outside of your third standard deviations, a huge outlier, you could say like, okay, well, there's either bad reporting of data, or there's, you know, it could be, there's lots of different reasons. There's a lot of different reasons why you can have outliers, but you kind of have to throw them out and say like, okay, that's bad data. But we know this is just stock price, right? The stock price isn't bad data. So there's something happening to the stock price that it's being manipulated in a way that is causing it to trend outside of those standard deviations. Now, when he's talking to Gary Gensler in this message and saying, hey, Gary Gensler, you can see right here that we had, you know, price action that was outside of a third standard deviation. I would point to this person and say, yeah, but we had the same thing on this backside over here going up. What's going on there too? You know, were the systems turned off and there was so much activity allowing it to go up that it's almost uncontrolled allowance of price moving upwards? So is that, maybe you could almost see that as like as a bear trap, possibly? Am I saying it backwards? It's a bear trap when they're trying to trap the bulls. I think I'm saying that the correct way. Like they're trying to trap people into buying when it's moving up like this. So manipulation going up and manipulation going down, I don't know, it's hard to say. So continuing on, I'm learning something here, guys. I love learning. I absolutely just love learning. Let's see. And then when it becomes bound into a tight trading pattern, it's contraction. And so you have less volatility. A stock may trade for long periods in a trend, albeit with some volatility from time to time. To better see this trend, traders use the moving average to filter the price action. This way, traders can gather important information about how the market is trading. For example, after a sharp rise or fall in the trend, the market may consolidate, trading in a narrow fashion or crisscrossing above and below the moving average. Above and below the moving average. Above and below and above and below the moving average. Because the center line should be the is exponential moving average. Okay, so we need to get MA on here. Do we have MA? I don't see MA. There it is right there. Okay, moving average. We got a lot of lines on here, guys. there's a lot of lines. Okay, so yeah, it's moving above and below the moving average. I see it. Above, below, 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 below. All this down here is above. This way, traders can gather important information about how the market is trading. For example, after a sharp rise or fall in the trend, the market may consolidate, trading to a narrow fashion and crisscrossing above and below the moving average. To better monitor this behavior, traders use the price channels, which encompass the trading activity around the trend. The price channels. I would assume that's got to be this upper and lower. We know that markets trade erratically on a daily basis, even though they are still trading in an uptrend or downtrend. Technicians use moving averages with support and resistance lines to anticipate the price of a stock. Right, okay. So as it's moving down and starting to cross through this lower threshold, and you're seeing outliers occur, you would expect that it's going to change the other direction because it's starting to have outliers or data that's outside what would be expected. So, and indeed, as soon as these points started happening, it started correcting itself, and now it's moving back into towards the center line. So, and at that point, you can see right here where it started to come out. You can see that there's a narrowing of the upper and the lower. The lower actually started a little bit later, but yeah. Upper resistance and lower support lines are first drawn and then extrapolated to form channels within which the trader expects prices to be contained. So I already have those drawn out. Those are these Fibonacci retracements. Some traders draw straight lines connecting either tops or bottoms of prices to identify the upper or lower price extremes, respectively, and then add parallel lines to define the channel within which the price should move. As long as the price does not move out of this channel, the trader can be reasonably confident that the prices are moving as expected. So we have two lines here. We kind of shrink this just a tad. We have 32.98 and 34.12. So we're traveling in between these two lines quite nicely. Actually, we bounced off of this level of resistance underneath it, came back up above and broke through it. Now it became a line of support. We traded for a while. I'm sure there's another line of support in here, probably right around this 33.50 range, because you can see it bounce off of 33.50 once, twice, and then third time it makes it through. Trends back up all the way up to 34.12 where we have a level of resistance. Bounces off of that, comes back down, breaks through 33.50, comes back down and tests the 32.98. So our two lines would be 34.12 and 32.98. So reasonably, it should stay within this line, is what this article is saying, within this channel, within some reason. Except for the fact that we have outliers here and we have outliers here, and maybe one here and one here. I mean, there's some all along the way, actually. You can find multiple places where it deviates. There's one there too. Let's see. Moving on. When stock prices continually touch the upper Bollinger Band, the prices are thought to be overbought. Conversely, when they continually touch the lower band, prices are thought to be oversold, triggering a buy signal. So this would be a buy signal. Like as soon as these started happening here, you'd probably wait for some kind of correction to happen, and then you would buy. This is for like a normal stock, guys. I would not use this information to plan purchases around what's happening on this stock necessarily. But this is good information to just know. When using Bollinger Bands, designate the upper and lower bands as price targets. If the price deflects off the lower band and crosses above the 20-day average, the middle line, the upper band comes to represent the upper price target. In the strong uptrend, price usually fluctuate between the upper band and the 20-day moving average. When that happens, a crossing below the 20-day moving average warns of a trend reversal to a downside. So they're talking about something that's on a much larger scale than on a minute interval. You can see this in this chart of American Express from the start of 2008. That for the most part the price action was touching the lower band of the stock. Price fell from $60 level in the dead of winter to its March position of around $10. In a couple of instances, the price action cut through the center line March to May and again in July and August, but for many traders this was certainly not a buy signal as the trend had not been broken. And I will put that up on the screen so you guys can see this. I would assume that they're talking about this one here. They said March. Let's see. So March. It's got 3 points here where it touches. And then you had this buy run right here. And then it went back down and almost touched the fourth time and started going back up. When it crosses that moving average as it's coming up towards, maybe that's a buy signal right there. So you'd buy in here, and then you see it crossing through, and as soon as it starts correcting, maybe you would sell at that point. That's a pretty long period of time though. That's that looks to be like probably about a week or two worth of data. Okay, that wasn't the right chart. I'm sorry. It was this chart up above it. So March and March. So here's the $60 that it was talking about, trading inside the Bollinger Band. There's an out point there. It's kind of touching the bottom down here, touching the bottom again. See, I don't know if I would use this as a trading signal. It seems to violate the, it seems to have a lot of outliers, more than you should have. Because I mean, in a statistical representation, having 0.03%, yeah, 0.03% of your data, and you know you can look at all this data here and see plenty of times where it crosses over these channels. So while I really enjoyed learning something new, I don't know that I would necessarily agree with this poster's post here on Reddit. I don't think I would look at this and say that there was an absolute definitive manipulation. I mean, I do feel like there's manipulation going on here with these prices, the way that they're happening. But I don't. I mean, it doesn't look like any different than most charts. I mean, if we pull up a Bollinger Band on any other chart, let's see what happens. Right? We'll go to well, let's just look at Robinhood, which is underneath their price now. They're consistently trading out outside of their Bollinger or their Bollinger Bands. Here you got some, here you got some, you got plenty down here that's trading out, out, out. It's trading way out right now. Look how often. You know, I want to go back here. I want to go back just a little bit to when they first opened. Look how far above the Bollinger Band this is. The spike up to $85, that would just be like massive warning flags to me. Like if this is truly a standard deviation from the moving average, and you have this much of a spike up above your standard deviation, like that's just so high. Like there's definite manipulation happening during this point. That'd be like just major warning flags for me. Interesting. Well, I learned something new today, guys. I think that's kind of cool. Maybe you did too. I don't know. Here's the bottom line. While every strategy has its drawbacks, Bollinger Bands have become one of the most useful and commonly used tools in spotlighting extreme short-term prices in a security. Buying when the stock prices cross below the Bollinger Band often helps traders take advantage of oversold conditions and profit when the stock prices move back up towards the center moving average line. I mean, statistically speaking, if everything worked the way it was supposed to work in a real world situation, I would agree with that statement because, you know, if this truly is a standard deviation from your moving averages and the amount of volatility that you're having in a stock, then yeah, if you're starting to touch on the bottom side of a Bollinger Band, then it would mean to me that you've got to have some kind of correction that's going to happen. And likewise, the opposite would hold true for going up as well. I might pull this up from time to time just to kind of look at it, see what it looks like. Notice how it looks like it's gonna start going back down, heading down towards the bottom, the lower band, and now it's out. Kind of weird. That shouldn't happen. Not if it's a true standard deviation. I don't know. We have 15 minutes left for the day, guys. Anybody have any questions? Does anybody have any questions about what they've seen today? What they want to see tomorrow? I'm feeling bullish about tomorrow. The sheer amount of shares that were traded today. The sheer amount of shares that were borrowed today. We're at 3.79 now. I'll go ahead and pull that back up for you guys. 3.79 million shares borrowed with an 18.9% short share interest has me really bullish. Those are amazing numbers. That's 2 days in a row that we've had borrowing of over 3 million shares. Give it 2 more days like that, and all the shares that are in existence right now for loaning will have been loaned out. I think we're good if it doesn't break 30.72. If the price doesn't break 30.72, we're good for what? Forever? What are we good for? We've had a 4.5% increase today. GME's had a 1.5%. Doge is down 7.3. Cinemark, our competitor, is down 1.45. I want to see 50 tomorrow to keep going up. Oh yeah, man. I commented on somebody's post. Dude, this is like a really good conversation. Like I felt like I connected with somebody, but I posted uh-oh. Hold on a second here. I had a really good connection with somebody on Reddit. We had an awesome, like, I don't know, just a little banter back and forth. But here, I'll read it to you guys just because I thought it was so cool. So I posted, you know how I interviewed my mom yesterday on the show, and I posted it on Reddit for everybody to see, and this is Total Doofus 484 from Reddit. Said, I think they've just stopped underestimating us, but it is far too late. Their playbook has 300 different dirty plays. Ours has 2, buy and hold. All their plays are designed to break up our 2 plays, but the only way that happens is if we play their game and sell. There is much beauty and strength in our moves. So simple and easy. If you compare to what they have to do to try and stop us, we have this. We win. They're going to lose, just a matter of time. We have lots. Theirs is running out. TikTok, stay strong. And I said, I totally agree, but we have people who are in the process of developing diamond hands under pressure, and they want to know why, the whys. And I was in reference to why is the price dropping. I've posted 2 times today, and one was to give the whys, and the other to give hints on how to deal with the attacks mentally. Diamond hands aren't formed just under pressure, they are also formed over time, and that we have plenty of. Thanks for your awesome words. And then they said, thank you for your kind words. Yes, I agree with you. We are stronger together. United we stand. And I just felt like, like we have a really strong community. We really have a strong community of people, and when we come together and we see things eye to eye, and even when we don't see things eye to eye, it's okay. It's an opportunity for learning. My new favorite saying. A disagreement is not a problem. It's a chance to learn. Let's see. SI plus utilization. You want to see short share up, short share interest up, and utilization up? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure. Just my guess on what I was learning last night. And then Mark said, enjoyed mom yesterday, had to drop a little early. That's cool, man. It's alright. You know, you watch what you can watch. You don't watch, you know, it's all good. You just pick it up whenever you can. You know, that's I'm here for you guys Monday through Friday, 6 to 3, and you know, sometimes I walk away like I did today, take some personal time, go spend time with the family or whatever, and but we're here for each other, and you know, I'm providing you guys a service of being able to see uh, data for us to be able to talk as a community about what it is that we're seeing, um, do investigation, learn. These are all awesome things. Our inflow right now is at 487 over 468. So nearly a 30-point spread, or sorry, 20-point spread. 19. And here we are down to the last 8 minutes. Price is starting to turn around. It did break through that level of resistance at 32.98, but it's trying to push back up. As it stands right now, Eric and I are in the contention for a tally point for the day today. I believe Eric and John were the two that got them yesterday. Let me put the tally marks back up on the page. Yeah, Eric and John got them yesterday, so Eric and I get them. Eric's going to be the one who's looking. The only people who can beat Eric or tie Eric to keep him from winning his ice cream is going to be myself and John. Duncan, I'm not going to let you. You still have to. I feel like you went first today, didn't you, Duncan? No? John went first today. Duncan, you're tomorrow. Oh, you wanted to see those things one more time. I got you. 3.79 million shares borrowed. That hasn't changed. Let me refresh it real quick to just make sure. Yeah, 3.79. Short share interest is 8.97. Utilization 93.92. We'll find out what the utilization is tomorrow. If I had to guess, with an additional, I mean, they borrowed 3.12 yesterday, and we watched utilization go down. But the reason it went down was because we watched 4 million shares added to the total amount of shares that could be borrowed. So the only way that utilization doesn't move up tomorrow is more shares being available to borrow. It can't continue on forever. I know everybody keeps saying that it seems like it can continue on forever, but it just, at some point, they can't continue to just lend out shares. I mean, they're already at 1/5 of all the outstanding shares available that are out for loan. That's pretty hefty. Last Friday, the volume was way down. Tomorrow being the 13th, who knows? I'm hoping 3501. Wait, Mark, you gotta tell me here. Do you have options for tomorrow at 3501 or 35 rather? Is that why you're hoping for 3501? Because just so you know, I don't want to try to make any assumptions one way or the other, but if you do have options, call options for $35, 3501 will not be enough for you to be in the money. So unless you bought them like well, no, even if you bought them a long time ago, yeah, you wouldn't be in the money. Right. 3501 will not be enough. And that's what I've always thought was odd, because the very first time that I had that lesson, or I had the opportunity to learn from my first experience in doing options, was when you buy an option, you're paying interest on every day that you have the option open. So it all depends when they bought their option. It depends on there's a couple different factors that depend on what the price is. So every time we talk about this, like 801 and 1201 and all that kind of stuff, I always flinch a little bit, because I go like, well, that didn't really help out people who had 801, because first off, they have to. I mean, it does give them the chance to be able to buy those options. They can exercise their option by buying the shares if it closes that high. So there is that. But if they want to just strictly make money by selling their option, then they're not going to make any money off of 801. They're going to be actually losing money. They'll make most of their money back, but not all of it. It would probably have to be in the range of like 20 or 30 cents higher than than whatever the strike price is. So if the strike price was 35, it would have to be like 35.30, something like that. So it does allow them to buy the shares, or exercise their option to buy the shares, but you have to have the money for that. So think about that for a second. Let's say for example that you have, we'll just say five contracts, which is 500 shares at $35 strike price. Well, you have to buy them for $35. So it's 35 times 500, and I mean, let's just say it's 100. We'll just do one contract, 100. So you have to have $3,500 in cash sitting around to buy one of those contracts. And you know, if you've got 5 of them sitting there, you multiply it by 5, and now it's $17,500 you got to have to get 500 shares. So it's kind of one of those cringe moments, because for me, I feel like, if you've got that money sitting around and you can pay that to buy the shares, why didn't you just buy the shares when they were cheaper? Number one, and number two, just get your money back, as much as your money back as you possibly can, because it's probably the better of the two options. Anyways, that's kind of my take. It's, you know, I'm not a financial advisor, but that's, you know, you don't, you should try options sometime on a stock. I would open up this is my advice. This is what I did. I opened up an account on Webull. For $300 you can get level 2 order status. I'm not trying to advertise it by any way or means whatsoever, but if you want experience doing options, this is what I would do, or what I did. I went into Webull, I put in my $300, got level 2 trading ability, and also the ability to see that for like 3 months, those level 2 order books, and then I bought 3 options of AMC for $10 strike price. This is a while back ago, you can imagine. But what I would recommend, if I could have done it differently, what I would have done is I would have gone into a stock that was much cheaper in price, and maybe experimented with playing options on a much cheaper stock, something that is less volatile, something that you could just kind of get a feel for what happens, and it wouldn't cost you as much if you lost your money. You know, there's no sense in jumping into the fire when it comes to investing your money. Take things slow. You know, find something that's not going to make you $1 million right off the bat, and try and see if you can make money that way. Shoot, I went past the time talking. Okay, we're moving into the after hours already, and I just got into a rant and on my soapbox. But anyways, I will see you guys here in the morning, and I'm going to go ahead and sign off now. And you guys take care of yourselves, eat, drink, spend time with the families, and nearing that 2100%. I'm not sure what you mean. I have some more stuff that Duncan sent me this morning that I need to talk about tomorrow. So I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll talk about some of that stuff. Take care of yourselves. Later.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and advance.
You sound good.
Morning. They're a little young. That they are. They look a little nervous.
I need all flight crews to report to their designated areas immediately.
Major. Barland, sir. Good morning. Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will join others from around the world. And you will be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind. Mankind, that word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interest. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July, and you will once again be fighting for our freedom. Not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.